All right, guys, welcome to another exciting edition of Victory Never Sleeps. For those of you that are listening to this later, as the opening graphic indicated, want to mark the passing this, I think, shortly after we went off the air last week. Gothi Thorgrim Odin passed away. Thorgrim was one of the very first Asatru Folk Assembly members way back when. He was Asatru longer than that, but he got involved with Steve and Sheila very, very early on at perhaps one of the very first AFA events. And Thorgrim and his wife, Katie, have been intimately involved with the AFA ever since, up to when he passed beyond the veil. And I'm sure he is representing us well to those who've passed. I was lucky enough to be Thorgrim's friend for the last 14 years and get a lot of time with him. And I count myself fortunate for that. I'm sure those listening who have shared that experience of his friendship feel that as well. And yeah, just wanted to honor his passing and let folks know about that this evening. But tone of the show is not going to be grim, and honestly, passing of Thorgrim is certainly sad, but anybody who knew him well, he's valiantly fought against debilitating heart issues and medical issues for a very long time, and he has got a lot of years that we didn't think we would get with him, so I'm very thankful for that. That said, tonight Svan and I are going to, forgive me when I butcher it. This one's a little bit harder on the mouth. Perhaps not the son of Iceland over there, but the Hymiskviða.
Hymiskviða.
We're gonna go through. See, the memorize Old Norse is paying off. You guys should join me there. We're having a party, just me and 3 or 4 other people fighting for the top spot, but it is sinking in. Anyways, we're gonna be going through that this evening. Nick can put a link up, but as always, we're going to be using the Bellows translation. Please feel free to use whatever translation you have available or whichever one you prefer. There's always kind of a value to be gained by seeing the different ways certain things are translated. Give you guys a little bit to get that figured out and pull that up and get sorted and get a beverage and get whatever you need so we can dig into the meat of it. As always, the pillar of generosity, Ronald Blake, has started the show off right by buying us coffee, by donating $100 to a folk services fund for a member who's struggling with getting some of his basic needs met, and $50 towards the Baldershoff Steeple project. His 50 moved that up to 2.55% completion. I'm super excited about the little progress bar on our donation fund stuff. So ooh and ah over that. That is due to the hard work of producer Nick, who makes lots of pretty things for us. While we are on the never mind. Nick reminds me. So that 2.55 is pre-Ronald's donation. So that 50 is going to even move that needle closer to where we're trying to get. As far as pretty stuff that I was saying, someone else who spends a lot of time making pretty stuff for us is Gothi Trent East's lovely wife, Madison. Madison has done a lot with all the products we've been advertising lately, as well as numerous illustration side projects and stuff. We appreciate her hard work. She's put in a lot of time and a lot of effort And it's kind of neat to watch her work on some of these things from time to time. So thank you very much for that, Madison. Speaking of one of the lovely products she has helped make beautiful for us, the Victory T-shirt. Those of you who are just listening, it's a cool T-shirt. I promise. Take my word for it. These shirts have been really high quality. They feel really nice. I'm happy about that. Some other shirts that we've had in years past have been a little bit less comfy. These are really nice. Gotten a lot of really good feedback. And it says Victory, and it's got the tri-horns in a little circle for the O. There are tank tops as well, so check that out. Again, any of your purchases on here go to a good cause. We appreciate you guys. Other stuff at the top of the show. If you guys do want to donate to stuff, we do really appreciate it. You guys are an extremely generous audience, and I thank you all for that. You can always donate to stuff at runestone.org. We have the donation link there, but also if you want to donate other ways, we've got those in the description to this video. So we appreciate that. We're making progress on paying off Njordshof. I just sent another check on top of the regularly scheduled payment to kill the principal on, or to work towards killing that principal. So we're doing really good. Yeah, I don't have to stop and math a little bit for how much we've cleared this year, but quite a bit. You guys have been awesome, so thank you for that. We're getting closer. Other top of the show stuff that I should mention here in less than 2 days, I will be enjoying Sigerblot at Sigerheim. That is this coming weekend. That's in Jackson County, Tennessee. If you can make it, you should. It's going to be awesome. We would love to see you there. Please reach out to a folk builder. They will get you set up. That's if you're a member, or if you're not a member, I'd love to see you there, meet you. It's going to be a really good time. It's going to be a powerful experience, and I'd love to celebrate it with you. Other stuff of note coming up a month from now in Murdoch, Minnesota at Baldershof, we'll be celebrating Freyfaxi. So that's coming up August 16th through the 18th. Also going to be spectacular. Also would love to see you there. My wife and daughter are going to join me on that. So that's going to be cool. This will be the first time they've gotten to see Baldershof. So I'm very excited about showing it off to them. It is a beautiful and amazing spot. I think that's what we've got as far as top of the program news and notes. Svan, what do folks need to know about the Hymiskviða before we dig into it this evening?
Sorry, I was muted there. Yeah, this is, I think first and foremost, this is, everyone knows this story. It's Thor's fishing trip is generally what it is referred to as in a lot of the books, a lot of the kind of rewritten English style books, like Thor Goes to Jotunheim or Thor Goes to Giant Land. This one is named.
No spoilers.
Yeah, no spoilers. But
so on this, though, kind of off the top, I'd like to ask, because it is different than you'll notice a number of the rest of these are titled. Why is it different? The Hymi portion makes sense. The Hymiskviða, maybe not as much. So what does that break down to etymologically for folks that are wondering why it's titled that?
Well, I was going to say one of the biggest issues with this is the usage of this poem and how it presents itself. It's not a song, which is a lioth. So like we talked about Harbarth's lioth, that's the singing or the song of. But the usage of the word skviða is odd because it's not used very often. To be honest too, like I wanted to look up exactly the trusted source that I have here, this book that I reference a lot to kind of make sure, because I get a lot of different interpretations or translations that I don't know if I, 100% lock in on. I didn't know if you had gotten some sort of kind of insight or like, because again, whenever I go and look at like internet sources, I'm always a little worried because they kind of shift over time, or they have like they lost their poetic meanings or things of that nature. So I really wanted to look it up because of the nature of how things changed. But the one thing about this story that I think everyone needs to know is there is a ton of kennings, and kennings are poetic usage where they will reference other things through kind of poetic wording. It could be, for instance, and it may not have a ton of understanding, like the ashes of Odin, not ashes as in like product of fire, but the tree, the ash tree. And the ashes of Odin are mankind or warriors, most likely in the usage as warriors. There is a ton of cool kennings in here that will be kind of guiding, folks through. But I wanted to double check on that before. And I have that's kind of one of my things is I don't like to say or shoot from the hip when it comes to certain things, because I have found over time these translations, especially when we're looking at Bellows or Hollander or Thorpe, they vary so drastically that I feel like sometimes they miss the mark on certain things that I don't ever like to shoot from the hip. So, and it makes me very, very gun shy to say one way or another. So
Best I've gotten was like saying or recitation.
Yeah, as a poetic recitation.
That's the thing. There's a bunch of different Old Norse words for to say. And so what specific slant or emphasis this saying seems to be a poetic recitation, or like an epic poem.
Well, and the other thing,
a couple of different sources, and they're all kind of going back to that.
Yeah, they're also, it's worth noting that it's the recitation of the story of Hymir, not
it's the recitation about, not him speaking.
Speaking, right? That's a big one too, because people will notice that the focus of him in the story is subdued, or really, I mean, in essence, he gets punked. So, and this is more, again, a story of the Stormfather, Thor, and Tyr. And this also has some confusion about certain things. And I think that people might be a little let down when I think that we have perhaps maybe a personal view as to where the truth might lie in this. But the reality of it is that Snorri, in his compilations, he makes some mistakes, or he creates these kind of paradoxes that don't ever get explained. And one of them, of course, too, is about the fatherage of Lord Tyr. It's listed elsewhere that Tyr is the son of Odin, but then in here, it's a huge part of the story hook that he is the son of Hymir. And that's what instigates this story to take place. But let me see.
Kind of a final note from me as far as the difference in like saying, as far as how it's used in the titling. When you have the Havamal, that's the speakings, the sayings of the High One. Whereas this is, because it's speaking about, is a little bit different, and it's more of a recitation of a poem about, as opposed to a something coming from. And I think that may affect the word choice a little bit.
Yeah, and it's really kind of it's so strange because it's not really present in my Old Norse dictionary.
So what word are you looking up?
Skvida.
It's just kvida.
Yeah.
The S is
kvida. Kvida, excuse me.
Okay. Well, and it's strange because they use the fancy I in the place that we are looking at, the website that we are looking, but it's not really a D, it's that ed.
Yeah, and the other point that a lot of people, when you look at the ev letter, which looks like a D with a line through it, that one has consistently confused people because there's also the thorn letter that generally from the English speaking ear is not there's no discernment between the two. The way I've always been explained that it was like the difference between the letter S and the letter Z, in the way that it affects the throat. The letter S is in the mouth and the letter Z is in the throat. So the difference between thorn being all in the mouth, and it's always at the front of the word, and then ev having a deeper resonation lower. But to a lot of folks, they can't hear that. The other thing that's also worth noting is the O, with the two dots above it, the umlaut, is starting to be replaced with an O that has a small little tail, almost like a Q, but simply coming out of the center bottom. It doesn't pass through. But the sound is still the same. It's an OU, kind of like in the word caught, or our AU and OU sound, caught and sought, and things of that nature, that awe sound. So that's starting to change as well. Even as of now, like the usage of it, people are moving away from the umlaut O because of its modern usage. And that shows people that we're talking about it in an Old Norse context. So I always there's a lot of grammatical stuff that is changing, and I really just don't like ever, to come at it with like shooting at the hip, if you will. Because one of the other things, like kviður meaning like a womb. So when you look at some of the words, they're so close together, and their usage can change. But, kviður, could mean pregnancy if you're looking at it wrong. But let me see here. So we have kviða. Yeah, a ballad, a narrative, or a poem. So, and I think the reciting of is probably one of the better ways to go, because it states, generally in the West, when we hear like the ballad of such and such, it's going to be focusing on them. And this is more about the situation around Hymir. And I don't want to give any spoilers, but it's
speaking of the situation around,
yeah.
Are we getting to where we'd like to start digging into the meat?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And so, there's a couple things about this story that we can go over, about the entertainment of it. A lot of the scholars have always felt like it was kind of an odd placement, and there's a ton of kennings used. And I think this is kind of showing again that there were multiple storytellers, to which the stories were written down from, or condensed and turned into poetics. So because you find these kind of rapidly different formats. So I mean, when you get into this, you're going to see some interesting stuff, and we can talk about both, I think, the poetic and also the metaphysical connotations of this story, because I do believe there are some. But when we move into the recitation of Hymir, we start at stanza 1, and the beginning doesn't have its own introductory section. In essence, this is the introductory section. It starts to lay very, very quickly the purpose as to why everything else is about to happen. The instigation point, and it doesn't really give you any sort of kind of brief synopsis of what's going on. It just throws you right in. So in stanza 1, of old the gods made feast together, and drink they sought ere sated they were. Twigs they shook and blood they tried. Rich fare in Aegir's hall they found. So obviously that first section of old the gods, so really of a long time ago, the gods did this. It's kind of placing some time. Drinking together in Aegir's hall. So this is the setting. One of the things about this to remember, the AE is an I sound, like Aesir. And the G is a soft kind of more leaning towards a Y, like a GY. So it's Aegir. And a lot of people say Aegir or Aegir, but it's Aegir. Actually, my one of my uncles, who sadly passed away though, but his name was Aegir. So here they are drinking and feasting. There's an interesting point to this, and a lot of people argue about it. Twigs they shook and blood they tried. Most likely, this is a poetic, like hinting towards they utilized runes, they cast lots, and they sacrificed blood. And so the usage of the word Hlout is clearly related to, and they don't say blood in the Old Norse. It says that the writing tines, Hristu Taina Og Au Hlautsau, they sought the writing tines, which again the runes, and the Hlout, the bowl of blood. They brought it about, they tested it, or they utilized it. So this is a very common thing that during large festivals, large national events, if you will, or large kind of festivities that would take place like at Uppsala or in Birka or elsewhere, they would get together, and a common note of these feasts was that the runes would be read and the bowl would be filled. So there was a lot going on. This indicates the level of feasting. It wasn't always done just at, house events. This is a big event. And they find themselves in Aegir's hall. Now, Aegir's hall is very, very interesting as to where it is, but we'll go into that in a little bit. So here we see the mountain dweller. If you look in the Old Norse, I don't know if we referenced for folks the website, because I'm making references to the Old Norse side. I don't know if Nick had referenced that, but right here in verse 2, the mountain dweller sat merry as boyhood. The word is bergbui. So when you see that, it's like berg is a mountain, and bui is to dwell, or the dwelling of, or living in. And this is, or seems to be, a fair enough kenning for a Jotun, one who is descended, in this case, specifically in the middle world, descended from Ymir. So the mountain dweller sat merry as boyhood. But soon, like a blinded man, he seemed. The son of Ig gazed in his eyes, and he spoke, "For the gods a feast shalt thou forthwith get." So the mountain dweller is Ayer, a Jotun, and they are at his hall, and his hall is in a very interesting place. And he says, the son of Ig, and the reason why, soon like a blind man, basically he's being stared at by Thor, who is the son of Ig, or Odin. Ig is another Heiti of Odin. He's staring at him, glaringly so, and he's acting like a blind man, like he's shaken, and he doesn't want to look directly at him. And at this point, the Stormfather says, "This is what you're going to do. You're going to hold these feasts with us from here on out. This is going to be a repeated thing." The word wielder toil for the giant worked, and so revenge on the gods he sought. He bades Sif's mate the kettle bring. Therein for ye all much ale shall I brew. Okay, so this is just a little bit of placement. First off, the word wielder, that's Thor. I know that throws a lot of people off, but the usage of it in the poem makes a lot of sense. Lord Thor is basically throwing an obligation at Ayer, that from here on out, we are going to continue holding these festivities, these symbols, if you will, or great feasts, and you're going to host them. And it's showing that there's this reluctancy within Ayer, being the Jotun that he is. This is an obligation that's starting to be set up. And so, in essence, he's saying, I can't really do that unless I have the proper kettle to brew all the ale. Now, it's really, really interesting when we think about where Ayer's Hall is. Ayer's Hall is in the ocean. Ayer is very much, if you were to look at, say, the difference between Poseidon or Neptunus and Oceanus in the Greek framing of things, Ayer is much like Oceanus. The Njörður is the lord of the waters, and the rivers, the estuaries, the bays, and the coastlines. Ayer is the one that dwells way out in the outer guard of in the water, and that's where Ayer has his domain. And that's generally how it is always kind of seen, is that our holy gods have dominion over places, but there are places further out, perhaps with no concern. And I would argue it's because there's no humans there. And it's not that the gods need the humans, it's that they're a vested interest in us, and our connection to them is far more intimate than I think a lot of people proclaim is that the gods don't have a vested interest in humans, and we're just doing our own thing. I see that a lot in the internet crowds. I think that's not the case. I think they're very much connected to the creating order and having a symbiotic relationship with us creating order as well. And they're out in the outskirts now. They're out there with Ayer and deep within the ocean. And there is a lot of possible poetic connections between the frothy ocean waters and ale. So you kind of see them play on that a little bit. But so he says to Sif's mate, which is, of course, Lord Thor, the kettle, you got to bring me a kettle. Therein I can brew, all the ale that would be needed. The far famed ones could find it not, and the holy gods could get it nowhere, till in truthful wise did Tyr speak forth, and helpful counsel to Hlorriði gave. So, the far famed ones are the holy gods themselves, and the heroes. The far famed ones could not find or know where it was, and the holy gods couldn't achieve it. And I would argue that it's Hymir's intent that he basically tries to make something unattainable, and that's when Lord Tyr speaks forward, and he gives helpful counsel to Hlorriði. Hlorriði is Thor. I have heard this translated into English as Lorrid, Lorride, but it means loud rider. Hlor being like cacophonous noise, and Riði means riding or rider. So he is the loud rider. And Tyr says to him, that he knows where one exists. So he says in verse 5, there dwells to the east of Elvigar. Elvigar is the 11 waves that start in all of creation, in the world away from time, in the world away from the gods. It's in Niflheim. And he says, east of that, Hymir the wise, at the end of heaven, a kettle my father fierce doth own, a mighty vessel, a mile in depth. So one of the things that I think throws people off when they look at cosmology is seeing something like that. Is Elvigard in Niflheim? Is it in Jotunheim? He's speaking about heaven. They try to make logic of this. And I think what more importantly would be to look at is that it's at the edge of the existence of things. It's facing the gap. It's out on the edge of the underworld. And Elvigard is very, very clearly placed in the lower realm. So by the triplicate cosmos of Aryan mythos all over, we're talking about this underworld. And I think it was kind of viewed that the edges of all realms, no matter where they were, upper, middle, or lower, the edges always seemed to be liminal. They could, in essence, move between these realms up and down based on kind of going to the edges of them. So going to the edge of Ausgard and the heavenly realm around it allowed them to transfer to Jotunheim, transfer to the middle world, and vice versa, to go to the edge of Jotunheim or the edge of Vanaheim or the edge of Niflheim. They were in essence traveling through these liminal spaces. So it's when we separate the cosmos, we're doing it more for organizational understanding, not necessarily, I would say, the reality of that spiritual bridging between those realms. And he says that there's a kettle, and he's not meaning like a tea kettle. He means a cauldron that his father has. And that's where, again, that confusion comes in. Is Tyr the son of Odin? Is Tyr the son of Hymir, the Jotun? And I don't know if you wanted to go over and kind of discuss a lot of that. I think that for the most part, most folk in Asatru, and I would say certainly our clergy, reside more that Lord Tyr is of the Aesir and born of the Aesir, and that the usage of Hymir as a plot device may be better suited in this situation. However, it does kind of also fit the motif of most of the stories. Lord Odin, is begot from Bestla, who is also a Jotun, but she is a Jotun of Niflheim as well. So a lot of folks, when they see Jotun, they immediately think of the middle world. And we're talking about the Elvigar. We're talking about the 11 rivers in Niflheim. And that's where the Jotuns or elder beings, even that the Aesir descend from. So it causes even more, I guess, merit to debate in that. Most people will say, like, oh, no, he's not descended from Jotuns. But it's the location that we're talking about that makes these Jotuns different.
Right. If Tyr is the son of Odin, then he is absolutely descended from Jotuns. That's, anything but a cursory, glance at our mythology tells us that. The Jotnar are very different, as we've been through on here many times. It can mean a wide array of things, but the most primal divine beings, I don't know if divine's even the right word, metaphysical beings of metaphysical might are Jotnar. From unconsciousness or very low level consciousness, primal Jotnar, come the gods of consciousness and order, and they carve out the existence of the Aesir, of the gods of order, of our divinity. So whatever that case is, I think as I've said on here a lot, it is, so there's two separate things. Get the meat of the lore. The interesting specifics of the story are fascinating to sit around and think about and wonder on and meditate on. And that's awesome. I'm not taking away from that. Meat and taters is Tyr is reaching back to the older order of things out in the farthest reaches of existence, away from the ordered world, to procure this, unfathomable, immense, inattainable thing. So this quest for the heroes of this story is going to the very far reaches of existence, back to the most primal beings, out into the wilderness of existence, as it were, to get this item. You also run into different, and this isn't hard and fast, it's just other things to think on as far as terminology. When you talk about, there are ways to speak about our fathers as not just being your direct father, but being your grandfathers or your great grandfathers or other folks distant in your lineage that are male. So there's always the possibility, could be Tyr's grandpa on his mom's side. I don't know. These are just things that come to mind. But the bigger truth is, one of the Aesir is reaching back into that primordial level of being in the most outer world, because they carved one of the biggest things about our lore is, and there's a component as above, so below with this, but our gods carved out or ordered existence out of a world of chaos, of monstrous giants, of unfathomable, unconscious, chaotic forces. They shaped Ausgarther and also Midgarther. From that, they brought an ordered existence from a disordered, cosmic, primal, whatever was. They brought what is. They carved order from chaos, and then they created an outpost of that order on Earth, in the world that we inhabit, in the world that we live in. Just as you see it reflected when our people move and conquer and discover new things and spread civilization across the world, they incorporate new things and they push the chaos to the furthest reaches of things. It's hard to wrap your head maybe poetically around the way that's expressed today, because so much of the earth has been discovered, but perhaps that spreads out into space now, the area that we've known, and then the great unknown that lies on the outsides. The idea of going out of what is safe. You see that, like Svan talked about, with our conception of things. There's concepts like people have misunderstandings about our relationship to nature. Nature is cool and breathtaking and special, but historically we've always viewed nature with two faces. There's beneficial nature, where we hunt, where our herds go to graze, where we go to camp and fish, and we're comfortable with nature. And then there's the wild, foreboding, middle of nowhere, you're going to die if somebody doesn't come rescue you, scary nature. Those are two sides of a similar coin. We have that with, the peaceful, benevolent waters that bring us trade and fish and resources and travel and wonderful things, or the middle of the ocean where you can't see land, you don't know where you are, and death surrounds you in, waves as big as skyscrapers and terrifying situations. So there's the world of men, the world of the gods, the world of order, and then there's that outer world. The concept of inner yard and outer yard is fundamental to how we relate to the world around us. And that's many layered, but that's the point of the story is, but wait, now I know of an ancient source that we can hearken back to, that we can go out into the far reaches of existence, out of where is safe, and procure this, inattainable thing. And that's the meat of this story.
I think one of the most egregious things that I've noticed as of late is the marking off. And what you said, one of the Aesir, so one of the holy gods, is going out into and beckoning that he and the Stormfather go out into the primordial and out into the outer edges, going from the super unconscious of universal sense of the cosmos, and bringing something back to anchor. And we'll get into the anchoring part there, but the most egregious thing I've seen is people outright saying, "Oh no, this isn't Tyr. This is someone else," or that this is not that Tyr isn't a god. And I think it's because it throws a huge crooks in the way that they want to kind of make our stories fit together, and they're again cramming in a very impious and almost heretical way of just discounting.
Not almost.
Yeah, I mean, it's because I mean that in the spectrum, though, because I have met who try to spectrum it in different ways. Some of it is outright, and others is like, and I think it's wrong. They're doing this because something to them doesn't make sense. Like they understand the gods completely. The gods don't make sense to us. We have a very small amount of the sensicalness that we can make of these very, very strong and powerful beings. But I think that discounting Lord Tyr is terribly wrong. The other thing that I've also noticed is that when we talk about Jotuns and Aesir and Vanir and not understanding the Jotuns aren't some different foreign beings, that the Aesir come into the conscious realm, come into the inner guard of the central, they come to the base of the tree, and from there they construct. They are different because they leave that unorganized to become organized. But again, Mimir, Bestla, and their connections there. The Vanir have their connections in the middle world, and I think that Jotun is something that gets confused. A lot of people forget that there were two types of Jotuns long before Ymir was even slain. And that is, of course, the sons of Muspel, as they are referred to, and the Hrimthursar, or the Jotuns of Niflhelm. So one of the big things that I point out is, again, he mentions Elvigar, and Elvigar is in Niflheim. And so he's talking about, if we were to like really try to dissect it, he's not talking about the Jotuns of Jotunheim. He's talking about Niflheim. So a lot of people get lost on that. And, they kind of try to make an issue with it. But that's if we're looking at it in a kind of a mapped out way. I prefer to look at it more like what you were saying was just, yes, this is time they go into a primordial point and they're bringing an anchor for a very specific purpose. But
it's worth saying this in reference to it. And then, we can get back to the story, but and this is, those of you who listen to this every week, I apologize for the repetition. A lot of our audience may be hearing it for the first time, so there's some drums that I just continue to beat on. When you conceive of the directionality of how you approach our lore is extremely important. It's not the lore's job. It's not our God's job to make perfect sense to you through ancient sources. It's our endeavor to use the wisdom of our ancestors to form a better understanding and a better relationship to our gods. If the point is to try to take ancient literature and reconstruct stories that flow well for us to make a motion picture or whatever kind of thing we're trying to do as a creative or a literary endeavor, then cool, you got to make some sacrifices and mix some stuff up and add your own little stuff and do whatever. That's not what we're doing. That's not what religion is. The point is for us to take lore that is fragmentary, that is written, after centuries of oral tradition and different things, and to try to, through that lore, form a better understanding of our gods. There is a distance between our understanding and the glory of our gods. You work towards fixing that difference by elevating your understanding, elevating your relationship and your piety, and reaching up to elevate yourself to be closer to our gods. You never, ever try to pull our gods down to make them closer to you. That's the wrong direction. So all the time people try to simplify the lore to make it better for them. That's wrong. Trying to draw on big themes from the lore to bring us to closer understanding of our gods, that's headed the right direction. Oh, and before we go back into it, GW Farnsworth bought us 5 coffees. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. And Chris Lucat donated $50 to help one of our members with some basic supplies they need in life. So thank you, Chris. We appreciate that.
That's awesome.
All right. Let's go on to the next stanza.
Okay. So sorry, I was looking up something. Let's see here. So now Lord Tyr and Lord Thor are going to go east into the Niflheim, to the Hrimthursar, and they're going to look for the cauldron of Hymir. Thor speaks. May we win, dost thou think, this whirler of water? Tyr speaks. Aye, friend, we can, if cunning we are. So there's one part in here that I wanted to bring up. The reference again is that Ayer is a Jotun in the middle world. He is the lord of that outer guard ocean. And really what I think too is worth noting is the ocean is one of the places in which life, as it is brought about, still exists in forms when Ymir was in dominion of the middle world. When Ymir was creating his brood, when Ymir was for ages long brought about producing the monstrosities that sweat off of his body, if you will, this time, and the correlation between Ymir and the earth are pretty clear in a lot of ways. When you look at the ocean, when you look at the proto forms of life that exist there, and there are things that are actually not even proto life, they're complex life forms that are around despite that which is happening on land has changed greatly. I think that the primordialness of the ocean as being one of the last vestiges of primordial creation, in a lot of ways, the ocean is, I think, one of the places through which the Jotun or the cosmic powers of the Jotuns, be they Niflheim or Jotunheim, their manifestation in the middle world is often done through the ocean. And what's happening here is the gods are trying to seek a center point, a point in the water, in the ocean, where they will create a source or a centering that they will be attending to. So I think deeper, this is a story about the gods of cosmic order creating an anchor point in the most primordial spot in the middle world. And that's, I think, has a lot of very deep esoteric meanings. So this whirler of water, this kind of the center point of the primordial ocean, in which they will make sure that their dominion reaches even that far down to ensure the safety of the middle world. So from here, they say, in stanza 7, because stanza 6, of course, is really odd. Thor spoke, and then it's stanza 6, and then it's just again a returning of speech, and then it goes into the back to the poetic meter. In 7, forward that day, with speed they fared. From Ausgarth came they to Eyjolf's home. Remember that G is a kind of a soft GY sound. The goats with horns bedecked he guarded when they sped to the hall where Hymir dwelt. So this, of course, is speaking of Thor's goats. And I looked into this part too about Egil. Most people are familiar with the name Egil if we're talking about the famous Icelander Egil Skallagrimsson, who was a devotee to Lord Odin, and had like many historical events. Like he was involved in wars between England and Scotland and so on. And this one is kind of always cited off as to be the father of Roskva and Thialfi, excuse me. And that perhaps this is lending to the idea that Lord Thor stops off there. But again, in that story where he stops off there, he's also with Loki at the time. So this is it's a confusing one in which they say to Egil's home. Egil has also been thought of to be a Jotun of another story that we don't know. But again, the goats with horns bedecked he guarded. So here it's really what's going on is the vehicle of Lord Thor is being placed. It's being stopped. And I think that's truly interesting when I think about the vehicles that the gods use in the world of order having to be shed because they're going into a place where the roads are no longer traversable, if you will. It's kind of like knowing that you can't, the society and the world that you maintain that allows horses or cars, if we want to go into a modern sense, and then you're going off that beaten path to places where the order of society and the world no longer have sway. And so I think that's the ultimate point of this verse. They leave heaven, they go to Ael's home, and then the goats with horns bedecked, he leaves them there, they are guarded, and then they speed forward to the hall of Hymir. So they're in the weeds now, if you will. So in stanza 9, kinsmen of giants, beneath the kettle will I set ye both, ye heroes bold. For many a time my dear loved mate to guests is wrathful and grim of mind. So here is a switch in the poem, and I think that in the story verse, it's even in the newer modern ones, it is referenced that this is the wife of Hymir that is speaking, and that she is stating that that Thor and Tyr are in danger by being here, and that he is wrathful and grim of mind. So it might throw some confusion on there because it's like, wait a minute, who's talking about what, or what have you. So it's again, it's worth noting this is or excuse me, even Bellows, he mentions something here. He says this might be Hymir's mother, or Hymir's wife. So he mentions it going even further. I don't know what would lead him to think that this is Hymir's mother, and I've always taken it as this is Hymir's wife.
I do believe you skipped stanza 8, and it does say the youth found his granddom.
Oh, okay, sorry. Let me see. Yeah, the youth found his, and it says grandom. That's interesting.
That might be a typo and meant to be grandma.
Found his grandma that greatly he loathed, and full 900 heads she had. But the other fair with gold came forth, the bright-browed one brought beer to her son. So here, that's okay. So the referencing to the grandmother, I don't believe that that's the grandmother speaking, though Bellows mentions that it could be either one of them. But here's a couple of things about that. We have, when we're telling the story about the ancient, the kind of primordialness, the Jotuns are always seen as being, again, chaotic, of strangeness in to differentiate them from what the Aesir have done, what the Aesir have created, what the Aesir have made for themselves. Again, this is paralleling to the view of our people and the way we create our societies. And when we exit those societies and we go off the beaten path, we go off the road that can no longer be traversed. So here the youth, being Lord Tyr, found his grandma that he greatly loathed, a full 900 heads she had. And I think that you see this a lot when large numbers and like almost just astronomical kind of outrageous points are brought up. A lot of them have to do with showing that kind of alienness. But it is his mother, who again is mentioned as being a bright-browed one, one that has, either it could reference to the that she has an unwrinkled and kind of pale brow, or that she has blonde eyebrows. Again, these are both, beauty traits that were remarked. And she's bedecked in gold. And she brings beer to her son. And she says, yes, sorry, the kinsmen of giants. It always threw me off because Bellows suggested it might be the grandmother that's speaking. And I don't think that's the case. I think the grandmother is just there as a plot point to show how far off and how deep they've gone into the primordial chaos. And so she says, for many a time, my loved mate, her husband, to guests is wrathful and grim of mind. This is another thing that kind of, I've often pondered about this. I don't know if the story is showing that the female of the house is being contradictory to the evil nature of her husband, or is she trying to be kind of a Frith weaver between her son and her husband? There's some of that goes on there, and I think that we find it too more of a trait that seems to happen amongst the Jotuns. So I wonder too if that's also kind of showing a negative trait, if you will, societally, culturally. And I don't know exactly where that lands, but it is worth noting she bears a horn. So she comes forth and gives a horn to her son and his friend as guests in their home. And I think that is again, another parallel that we have to our society. So even though it's deep and it's crazy and it's in the chaos, they're still holding true to some of these. And I think that's, again, more of a story point for our audience.
That's one of the benefits of our lore. When we hyper focus on the details of it as a literary work, I think sometimes we miss big things and small things. I think when you're trying to make all of it linearly make sense and fit together the way that you want, sometimes it prevents from noticing things like that teach, valuable customs and traditions of our folk. You see hospitality and how hospitality works. You see that demonstrated. You see that the woman's role in that is to welcome the guests and be hospitable and make the home hospitable and to greet them with something to drink. That's a very traditional value of our folk. And it's not the point of the story, but having some of the atmospherics in the backdrop of the story illustrate some of those key points that are really important, that immerse you in the culture of Asatru and the kind of principles and values of it in that way. You also notice, as we talk about the wide variety of Jotnar and different levels of consciousness and things, as they come into alignment with the gods, you see a very stark juxtaposition between ugliness and beauty. The Jotuns that are wives of the Aesir or produce offspring with the Aesir aren't these hideous, beastly, monstrous figures, but they're beautiful, and they're the more in alignment with the Aesir they are, the more beautiful they are. Something to notice is in the Lay of Rig, as our folk become more noble, become closer in their alignment with the Aesir, they get better looking, they grow in beauty. That's illustrated here in a different way.
Yeah, I think the timing of that, showing the great or the grandmother versus the mother, is that kind of evolutionary step.
And as I noted earlier, our gods are all descended from the Jotuns. They're descended from the primal, monstrous chaos into realizing they are something more, into the full realization of their divinity and their growth in beauty and in order and structuring all of these things. We see that with our own ancestors.
Yeah, and I'm glad you pointed it out, because that is such a huge. When they speak about the shining brow, and they speak about shining arms and of bright demeanor, they clearly show the emphasis of beauty over the horrors of it, and they're right at that edge of where by one generation, and I don't think it's like a literal, like one generation is suddenly great, but it is that transition, that closeness to order, that closeness to what we would, the divinity versus the primordial might. Jotuns have primordial might, the gods have divinity.
And that's a thing within chaos, and this is kind of another, I guess, bigger truth. Chaos is bad because of its chaoticness. It's kind of a funny turn of a phrase, but within it are the seeds of order and the seeds of beauty. They just need to be tended and separate the wheat from the chaff, sorry for the biblical allusion, separate the the worthy from the unworthy, the ordered from, bring order to the chaos. But the elements that make beauty are contained within the disorder of chaos. It's the mission of the Aesir and of us to shape that's chaotic into what's beautiful. And that's the story of the evolution of our folk, and in a way of our gods, from the very primal to these highest expression of consciousness. And we see that here in a really, I don't know, I think that's displayed here in a special a special way. And the idea of beauty being bright and shining and looking nice, compare that with the common silliness of needing to look gross with the shoulder pelts and the all black, like matted hair and dirt all over the face and whatever,
braids
and the like nappy dreads. And it's not the case. One of the most standout finds of any Viking Age discovery is the emphasis on beauty through art, beauty through like earwax scooping tools and like mustache trimming little like squeeze scissors things and combs. And they prided themselves on looking elegant and looking their very best, not looking like they're wearing roadkill and they crawled out of some drunken pirate cave somewhere.
I just saw something too I wanted to say. I think the mentioning of when she says, beneath the kettle I should set you both, ye heroes bold, I think that part is a contradiction. The idea is like, bold as you are, I still might have to hide you under the kettle because Hymir is so terrible to guests. And this is presetting another huge tenet of our culture about being a host. And that's kind of a setting that trajectory. I wanted to just make that point because some people might think like, what was that about? And why about the beneath the kettle? I think it just establishes that the kettle is a known and quantified thing in the household, and that it might be the only thing that will protect you from Hymir's wrath because he's just so terrible, even to his guests. So comes the the entrance of Hymir, but it's very, very interesting at this point here. So if you look over in the Old Norse side, it says Frilla kvad. Frilla speaks. And this has been argued to mean the daughter or the concubine. And it's actually mentioned in Bellows's notes. But in essence, there is a female representative of the house, and she speaks as Hymir comes in, and again, this is showing just he's entering the hall and he's kind of coming in. It would be related to very much so the idea that when you come into the hall and was given like a warm drink or something as you were getting your things settled. But this, of course, is bombastic because it's Hymir. So it's but I wanted to point that out. So in 11, hail to thee, Hymir. Good thoughts mayest thou have. Here has thy son to thine hall now come. For him have we waited. His way was long, and with him fares the foeman of Hroth, the friend of mankind, and Veir they call him. So already in this poem has been mentioned two of the during the kind of the hallowing via the hammer, two of the names of the what I often refer to as the four names of Thor, Loriv and the noisy rider, and Veir are being mentioned here. Ve, of course, is the holy place, and Ur is the might or the strength of it. So he is the strength of the holy place, the warder of the middle guard. So whether the Ve is being considered the middle world or actual temples themselves, and he is the guardian of the temples, the strength, the faith, and the might of the devotion of the folk within the temples. So it's kind of a big, broad heighty, but it's there. So she says to him that, that your son has come, and with him the highly renowned Veir, friend of mankind, of course, and this is Lord Thor. And she points out in 12, see where under the gable they sit, behind the beam do they hide themselves. The beam at the glance of the giant broke, and the mighty pillar in pieces fell. So instead of hiding under the cauldron, they decided to hide behind a gabled beam, or certainly not to be seen right away when he comes in. But because he is such a terrible menace, that is, his eyes trying to stare at them splits the beam they're behind into pieces. So I just crazy imagery, and I really, really like it. But yeah, it almost kind of reminds me of like something from like where you this kind of intense moment, and then it explodes, and they're just like behind there, like, oh well, we tried. So 8 fell from the ledge, and 1 alone, the hammered kettle of all was whole. 4th came they then, and his foes he sought, the giant old, and held with his eyes. So this is interesting because the 8 is most likely referred to as kettles. Whether they're emphasized as being large kettles or all exactly like the one kettle that they've sought for is not really specified. But what is that it was understood generally in the gables throughout the house, meat was hung, and a lot of the tools and utensils that were used for cooking in the center of the hall were placed along those beams. And so splitting of the pillar makes all of these kettles drop. And he walks forth and looks at who is in his hall, and he kind of locks eyes. In 14, he says, much sorrow his heart foretold when he saw the giantess foeman. Of course, this is Lord Thor, being such a paragon of the maintenance of order against chaos. This is the chaos slayer. The giantess foeman come forth on the floor. Then of the steers did they bring in 3. Their flesh to boil did the giant bid. So he's unhappy to see Thor. And the giantess foeman, that's another interesting one that is utilized because, again, the premise of the Jotunist, like wolf riding witch, the kind of the evil, destructive beings that like move throughout and are often seen as being these kind of these abominations, or like they take the shape of the anti-mother, if you will. But it's mentioned over and over and over again that Thor faces off against these kind of Jotunesses, these terrible beings, and so that's the another reason why the giantess foeman. I mean, he's clearly an enemy to all the Jotuns that stand for chaos, but this one is very specific about the wolf riding troll witches, if you will, and you see that a lot in the stories with Thor. So, but he says, he doesn't. He's not happy that he's there, but they prepare a kettle and they place within it oxen or steers. And again, this kind of goes to a couple of things. One, the amount of food that's being brought out is would be seen by the audience as like crazy to have 3 whole cattle brought in, killed and prepared for food. So it's just seen as, again, a huge bombastic amount because it's Lord Thor. The other thing too is that a lot of the food that was done, and I know we were talking about Old Norse dietary practices. One of the things that I think would be well for a lot of people to pick up is remembering too that boiled meats were a huge part of our ancestors' diet, and the idea of creating soups and stews and gaining a lot of that nutrition through the water. And that's the reason why the usage of a kettle was so important. Everything would be cooked in it, not always boiled, but the idea of it was like it was a utilitarian object, a flat-bottomed cauldron that could be used for, grilling and stewing and all of these things. So they bring in 3 ox to feed Lord Thor and for their flesh to boil. By a head, this is stanza 15. By a head was each the shorter hue, and the beasts of the fire straight they bore. And I'm assuming it's then, because I think it's misspelled here. It says the husband, or no, yeah. Well, maybe it's then the husband of Sif, ere to sleep he went, alone 2 oxen of Hymir's 8. So this one kind of hops around a bit, but the biggest thing to think about is, they're the steers are killed and they're brought to the fire, and Lord Thor eats 2 of them out of the 3. So he's taking a giant portion, and this is supposed to be bombastic. This is supposed to show, again, a kind of setting of the stage when we talk about the audience listening to this and just being like, oh, he's eating 2 out of the 3, and he's just so massive and so strong. And this, of course, sets precedent for what's going to happen later on in the story. Let me see here. Yeah, that's an interesting usage of the word. So in 16, to the comrade hoary of Hrungnir, then did Hlorith's meal fully mighty seem. Next time at eve, we three must eat the food we have. Now, there's a part here where it says ineligible or illegible. The hunting's spoil. There's a part in there actually where there's a smudge in the actual codex where the poem was written down, and it's listed here just that a lot of people have tried to translate what it could possibly mean, but the damage to the story makes it unreadable. But the overall message of this stanza is that so mighty was Thor's meal that they would have to go hunting, that they would not be able to reach from the stocks of the farmstead, but instead have to go out and, kill their own food, because it would ruin them. And the comrade of Hrungnir, of course, Hrungnir is another Jotun. So this is, again, a kenning referring to Hymir himself. So the comrade of Hrungnir is Hymir. And he sees Thor's meal, and it was so large and so crazy. He's like, next time, we three, we're going to have to find food by hunting it, because I can't sustain that level of hunger. And that's really, just to dispel a lot of the confusion behind it, because it is, oddly written. In 17, there is again a kind of a breaking up of the traditional stanza, but it basically states what's going to happen next. Is fain to row on the sea was Veyr. He said, if the giant bold would give him bait. So willing to go out and fish for food. Thor was, again, Veyr, the temple strength, the might of the holy space. He's willing to row out there if Hymir was willing to give him bait, since he's already kind of being stingy by implying, I can't feed you, we're going to have to go and get our own food. And Hymir speaks in 18, go to the herd if thou hast it in mind, thou slayer of giants, thy bait to seek, for there thou soon mayest find, methinks, bait from the oxen easy to get. So again, the audience it's building up to like, wait, what are they hunting? He goes to the ox herd to get bait. And it's unheard of. It's so crazy and big. In 19, he says, swift to the wood the hero went, till before him an ox, all black he found. From the beast the slayer of giants broke, the fortress high of his double horns. So this is, again, another kenning in relation to the idea that he clove the oxen's head. He broke it or brained it so that he could take it for to be utilized as bait. So again, these things are supposed to be like large and insane, and the audience is just, would be blown away just by the sheer size of what's going on. And of course, it's because Lord Thor isn't a normal man. He's larger than life. He's a god, but he's a warrior. So there's a lot of that euhemerizing that even I think took place within the stories about the gods in order to make them relatable or to make them seem even again more than what they than just humans. And so him going out and braining an ox to prepare for fishing is is crazy. And so again, there's some more breaks and problems in this poem, and they reside a lot too here in stanza 20. So we kind of see a lot of things getting messed up in here. Hymer speaks, "Thy works, methink, are worse by far, thou steerer of ships, than when still thou sittest." So it's, in essence, it's you cause more damage. It's like, it's hard for me to figure out when you cause more damage, when you are moving about in the world or when you're sitting still. I can't tell. You're just such a disruptive force. So Hymir is clearly thrown off by Lord Thor, and he's sweating it, and he's scared. Just the fact that he could go in and brain an ox for for fishing. In 21, the Lord of Goats. And I know a lot of that's, of course, referring to Lord Thor. The Lord of Goats bade the ape begotten farther to steer the steed of the rollers. Okay, now that's an interesting kenning. We'll hold on to that. But the giant said that his will, forsooth, longer to row was little enough. So one of the big things there is the steed of the rollers. This is the boat. They're talking about the ship, and the rolling of the waves. So Thor tells Hymir that he needs to row out further in order for him to get a better spot, because he has something particular in mind. And Hymir says that no, his will is not he's not happy with it. He doesn't want to go out any deeper. So this is again showing the bombastic nature of the warrior. Lord Thor is braining oxen. He's carrying them on the boat, and he's like, go out there, further. And Hymir even says, like, if you wanted to go, you could row out further. And he's like, no, shut up, just row further. We're gonna get out there and we're gonna get something good. And in 22, he says, 2 whales on his hook did the mighty Hymir soon pull up on a single cast. In the stern the kinsman of Odin sat, and Veyr with cunning his cast prepared. So Hymir pulls up 2 whales. Again, this is supposed to be just so insanely. They're not catching fish, they're catching whales. And I'm surprised I've never heard anyone say like this is some sort of like, they're killing whales or something like of that nature, because I've seen people just take the literalism so ridiculous. But it's that Lord Thor. And I often wonder too, the writing of the word here, in the stern, the kinsman of Odin sat. And I wonder about that, if it's referencing to the idea that Lord Thor and Lord Tyr are in the boat, but it doesn't seem that way. And there's no explanation as to where Lord Tyr is during this, again, because the poems don't feel the need to, they don't have to mash in all the details. But Thor he has another plan. He has a different plan. And I think what's really important to understand here is when I spoke about the liminal spaces between realms, and when I think when we talk about the upper realm, the middle realm, and the lower realm, we talk about the east, we talk about the west, what we're doing is we're stratifying the cosmos. But in the stories, I believe that they kind of overlay on top of each other. The idea that the realm of resistance and the realm of life, whether it's Jotunheim and Vanaheim, overlay just as much as the heavenly realm and the realm below overlay in these liminal spaces that they're working in. And again, it doesn't have to all make sense. I mean, it's like, are they pulling up a whale? Is this a Niflheim whale or a Jotunheim whale, or is it a Midgard whale? Which one is it, Svan? I mean, where were they on their GPS? And it's like, I don't think that's kind of the way it works, but it's to understand these liminal spaces and to understand that in essence, the cosmology of everything overlaps upon each other, or has an integrated sense that there are veils that separate them, but the veils that separate us could be, we coexist in the same places that the veil is. And that once we pass through that, we are entering into those other places. It doesn't always have to literally be seen as if I'm going to go to the east, I'm going to eventually, hit Jotunheim. The direction had a different meaning than the literal meaning. So, here, the Warder of Men has a different plan. And that's what I think that the cunning is referring to. In 23, the Warder of Men, the worm's destroyer, fixed on his hook the head of an ox. There gaped at the bait the foe of the gods, the girdler of all the earth beneath. And then in 24, the venomous serpent swiftly up to the boat did Thor, the bold one, pull. With his hammer, the loathly hill of the hair of the brother of Fenrir, he smote from above. So the 23 and 24, let's just talk a little bit about that. Again, I believe that cosmologically, through the overlapping and whether we stratify the cosmos or not, is that the inflection of the divine affects the middle worlds. I believe that the gods are witnessing us now. They're watching us. I believe that they affect things through the well, the Erd's well. But I think this also applies to not just the gods, that the Jotuns and everything in reality kind of influxes to the middle. And so Vanaheim and its power, which I often refer to as it's the source of life, the life in the middle world versus the resistance in the middle world. And so it would make sense that Vanaheim and Jotunheim are in juxtaposition to each other. Here too, there's the fluxing influence of chaos playing itself in the middle world. And some people have speculated that this could mean something as maybe even a cosmic event, or not a cosmic event, but an earthly event that was, a shifting of the equator. Some people have talked about that. Some people have talked about it being the shifting of the poles. There's a lot of stuff that people have speculated, but the idea is that all of the worlds that are in the 9 worlds, how we stratify them, have an influxing power that affect predominantly, I would say, the middle world, but can also affect each other. And they're spoken of about often in the stories. So he brings Jormungandr, he brings the girdler of the world, the worm serpent. And obviously this is pretty important for me. One of the first murals that I drew was, of course, of Lord Thor. This exact story. And so the part here where it says, with with his hammer, the loathly hill of the hair. That is 100% another kenning. Some people have tried to equate it to Fenris. So, and I don't think it's correct. And I was reading through Bellows' notes where he see it says here the hill of the hair, the head, a skaldic phrase or a kenning for the crown. The idea that this might mean something else. I don't think it's clearly he's talking about smiting the brain or the crown of the serpent. And this would be, considered the hill of hair, even though it doesn't necessarily apply to Jormungandr being a serpent. He is the brother of Fenrir, and he prepares to smite it from above. The monsters roared, and the rocks resounded, and all the earth so old was shaken. Then sank the fish in the sea forthwith. So that's why a lot of folks, I think, take this to possibly mean a greater cosmic event, or that the machinations of the gods affect the world in ways that are far more than, and we see this again when Thor goes to Jotunheim and drinks from the horn and reduces the waters. And it's always kind of repeated through Lord Thor, who is the son of heaven and earth. He is that link between the divine and the earthly, or the middle realm. And so a lot of things that always kind of involve him end up changing things within the middle realm greatly. And I think that is very true, that we could look at it in many different ways. I mean, if you look at the magnetic shielding of the earth and the way it protects us from the heat of the sun and cosmic rays, and then there's also the main maintenance of the polarity within the world. There's a lot of things in there that I think I would say the gods are responsible for, especially Lord Thor. But when we speak about it, these secrets kind of layered into the stories. This is where I think, like, it's one of the examples pointed out, is that, the rocks resounded and the earth was shaken. So let me see here. In 26, joyless as back they rode was the giant. Speechless did Hymir sit at the oars, with the rudder he sought a second wind. Hymir spoke, "The half of our toil wilt thou have with me, and now make fast our goat of the flood, the ship." Another kenning. "Or home wilt thou bear the whales to the house across the gorge of the wooden glen." Hlorrithi stood, and the stem he gripped. I wonder if that was intended to be written as the stern he gripped. "And the seahorse with water awash he lifted, oars and baler and all he bore, with the surf swine home to the giant's house." So here, they return back to the land, and he turns the whales over and walks home. His might in 29. And the mentioning of the kenning surf swine, I think is really cool as a boat. In 29, his might, the giant again would match, for stubborn he was with the strength of Thor. None truly strong, though stoutly he rode, would he call save one who could break the cup. So this is the jumping to Hymir's cup, but it's not necessarily specified as to, again, they're alluding possibly to another poem. I don't know. It's not 100% solid. It's just the referencing to his cup, the serving cup not being broken. So we go into this kind of second testing of might, and the idea of the unbreakable cup.
So something to note. With these bits of lore and how they came to us, we are so very blessed to have them. So many other branches of Aryan religion don't have nearly the treasure trove of lore that we have. But what has come down to us is damaged copies of material copied many times over, based largely on oral tradition that was passed down for, an unknown quantity of time. So it should be no great shock that it doesn't, match together perfectly or flow as smoothly as would necessarily make sense. The fact that we have it and it works as well as it does is a tremendous blessing, and one that we're extremely thankful for. But don't get caught up on the tiny little stuff. And the other thing is we have pieces of other references to stories that kind of fill in some of the blanks. In this, there's this big gap but what happens? He's pulling up the world serpent and he's about to hit him, and then all of a sudden the serpent gets away. Well, Snorri, when referencing this story, talks about no, the giant got shook and he's terrified and he cuts it with his bait knife, and Thor knocks the giant out of the boat because he's disgusted, and just picks up the boat and goes home because he's frustrated. So we get little pieces elsewhere. One of the things, if you're starting to do this on your own, if this is, either because it interests you or because this is your faith, I remember exactly how it was when I first came home to Asatru, and I'm like, man, where do I start? And there's all these different pieces of lore and all this different stuff. They all synergize and work together. Start wherever you're at. Wherever you're at, that's where you are. Start there. And as you move and as you read, pieces start fitting together. Works reference each other. And you're like, oh, I know what he's talking about. I remember that. I remember the moment when that clicked for me, because I was like, man, this is so hard. I don't really understand all these different things. They're always referencing these other things that I don't know. No, it comes together. It crystallizes. So keep at it. And hopefully what we're doing here is helpful to you in that. But the more you read, but you've got to go through a lot of different stuff, the more all of these stories come together and pieces get filled in and things build upon and reference each other. And it all starts making so much more sense. And you will have this moment of being proud of yourself when it clicks. So that is a thing. If that's where you find yourself, I was absolutely there. I know what that's like. I've been there. And it gets easier, and it all starts to click, and it all starts to piece together.
Yeah, I think one thing worth mentioning too is that the Gylfaginning is kind of the hub of the stories. It's where all the stories kind of funnel back to with little pieces. That's why I think it is such an important story that we reference often. I made a mistake too. So the goat of the flood surely is the boat, but Bellows is even suggesting, and as well as I believe I can never pronounce his name correctly. I've never heard, but I believe it's Boog, the Swede. In reference to the surf swine being the whale. instead of the boat. But I made a mistake there. But at the same time, like kennings are kind of funny like that because it could depend on a lot of the ways you view things, and a ship being something that burrows through the waves like a boar or a swine could easily, be correlated there. I don't know if it's 100%, but again, the idea is that he's carrying the whales and the boat and going back to the hall. And when he gets back, now there is another kind of test of strength. There's another point of contention in which there is the unbreakable cup.
So before we get onto that, I just want to acknowledge Paul Dickert donated $100 to the Victory Never Sleeps Fund. Thank you. We appreciate that. That's awesome. You guys are astounding with your generosity, and it's very much appreciated. Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, as I was reading the one that got away, the fish that got away. A tale as old as time for any fisherman, as Ryan Harlan says. So we shift now to another part of the story in which there is this another point of contention that's ultimately leading up to them clashing. But in stanza 30, Hloridi, again, and I really like the fact that they repeat the names over and over again. These Hytes, this is another name for Lord Thor, the Loud Rider. I always, love the Hytes of all of, like, Lord Odin's Hytes are pretty wide and expansive, but this one really, really kind of does give a testament, but it allows also to kind of build into the memory. Hloridi. So Hloridi then, when the cup he held struck with the glass the pillars of stone. So he throws the cup against the stone. As he sat, the posts in pieces he shattered, yet the glass to Hymir whole they brought. So it's not specified, but it's kind of understood or alluded to the idea that perhaps this was meant not as, I'm just going to take a cup and throw it, but it's like, no, this cup is unshatterable. And, you can go ahead and test it, try it, see what you can do. More of that kind of a situation. It's also worth noting too, the cup. A lot of times, and I know the horn is a preference of us, I think, culturally now, especially in Asatru, to share the hlaut with the gods and the folk. But a lot of times it was a cup, a goblet, a chalice. These are all just different words, oftentimes from the French or the English or what have you. But they did drink from, many different vessels in the halls. And I think the horn has much more of a cultural significance for us today, but it would be understood by the audience as this is being spoken about the idea of a mead cup or a mead goblet or what have you. So they're trying to shatter this. It kind of reminds me of like when someone says, these glasses are shatterproof, and someone's immediately going to be like, okay, try to throw it on the ground or something crazy like that. So, I assuming that this is later on in the hall after, after eating and so forth. Let me see. So 31. But the loved one fair of the giant found a counsel true and told her thought. smite the skull of Hymir, heavy with food, for harder it is than ever was the glass. So there's only one thing that could break the unbreakable glass. It's my husband's, unrelenting nature, i.e. his skull. He's so thick-headed, I bet you would either break the glass or break his head. And it's kind of like, let's find out kind of thing. So this one is kind of funny. I think that in essence, Hymir's wife, Tyr's mother, is telling Thor there's only one thing that could possibly break that, and that's his thick skull. So the goat's mighty ruler then rose on his knee, and with all the strength of a god he struck. Whole was the fellow's helmet stem, but shattered the wine cup round was. Helmet stem, of course, is another kenning for the place in which you place your helmet, which is your head. It's a kenning for your head. So whole was his head, but the wine cup shattered. So alas, she was wrong. Or the only thing that could break it would be his thick skull, and not the other way around. So Hymir speaks in 33. Fair is the treasure that from me is gone, since now the cup on my knees lies shattered. So spake the giant, no more can I say in days to be, thou art brewed mine ale. So here he's lamenting that that he has this fabled cup and it's now been shattered. He can't bring the mead to his lips. He can no longer join it or enjoy the festivities because he had such a fabled treasure and now it's broken. And there's no point in even brewing if I don't have the cup in which I can drink from it. So he's lamenting just kind of the broken mythical cup and the actions of his guest, Lord Thor, and his might, and how he's just kind of wrecking house, quite literally and also figuratively with the whales. In 34, he says, enough shall it be if out ye can bring forth from our house the kettle here. Tyr then twice to move it tried, but before him the kettle twice stood fast. So, in essence, Hymir is like, you've broken my wine glass, you've eaten all of my food, just take the kettle and get the hell out of here. In essence, what he's saying is like he's so stubborn that he wasn't willing to relent anything until his mead cup was broken and his kettle, which presumably it's not just a food kettle. This is where it starts to correlate to the idea that it might be a brewing kettle, and that the idea that this is the part where they make the must, where the kettle is used with the honey and with the yeast to be dropped in, or if it's ale, it's some sort of grain. But this is, again, most likely referring to a brewing cauldron, not a feasting cauldron. And again, that has correlations to kind of the frothiness of the sea. So he says, just take it and leave. And Lord Tyr tries to move it twice, and he can't move it. Again, showing the nature of it. If it's so big that even Lord Tyr can't move it. So then in 35, the father of Mothi, Thor, the rim seized firm, and before it stood on the floor below, up on his head, Sif's husband raised it, and about his heels the handles clattered. So the ringlets swoop down, and they're so he's holding it so high aloft that they're swinging near his feet. I think that was a really good and clear translation of the description of the situation that always kind of stuck with me even when I was a kid. The idea that, as soon as he holds up this pot, the rings kind of like and kind of scrape the ground near his feet. But again, two great uses of kennings there, father of Mothi, Sif's husband. And you'll see that a lot in bloats and things. When people speak to the gods in prayer, they will often add a lot of these kennings. They will speak of Hlorriður or Veir, or, and kind of a tag on these heities in order to kind of build a correlation and layer the connection that the divine is being spoken to. So sometimes when folks are at bloats, say if they're at a national event or something, they might hear the Gothar saying a lot of these names. And they might not truly understand where they're coming from, but a lot of them are, again, references to Thor. And most folk who have been in the religion know who Lord Thor is, even if you're, as a novice, you've only been in it for a while, most still know Thor's Hall, Thor's Hoff, Thor. But when they start hearing these other heities, they're like, who are we talking about? And that causes a lot of confusion for people. But that's where a lot of it comes from, is the stories. So then we move into the final bit. And 36. Not long had they fared ere backwards looked the son of Odin once more to see. From the caves in the east, behold he coming, with Hymir, the throng of the many-headed. So at this point, Hymir says, get out of here. And I've wondered if this was a planned intention. The idea being, if he's holding the cauldron over his head, he can't defend himself. And I thought that was very, very an interesting thing. Perhaps it was a strategy. But he decides to because he's been shown up in the boat and his unbreakable glass has been broken. He tried to, I got to take it upon myself. This is the time I'm going to get the warder of the gods. I'm going to get the champion of the gods. I'm going to get the strong Lord Thor, and I'm going to let him pick up that cauldron, and I'm going to hit him while he's carrying it. So he starts to head towards them sneakily after they have left. He gets his throng of, Jotnar, Thursur, Risi kind of beings, and they decide they're gonna try to attack now. And so in 37, he stood and cast from his back the kettle, and Mjolnir, the lover of murder, he wielded. So all the whales of the waste he slew. And there is a little break in that in stanza 37. I love the usage of the word the lover of murder. And I think this is it's more of like the lover of bringing death would be the better direct translation of that, because Mjolnir is such a devastating weapon. So the idea is that this weapon just revels in the bringing the end of whatever it's turned against, but he translated it to the lover of murder. So he casts the kettle off and he pulls up Mjolnir, and he lays them to waste. In 38, it says, not long had they fared ere one there lay of Hlorrið's goats, half dead on the ground. In his leg, the pole horse there was lame. The deed, the evil Loki had done. So this again brings us back to Egil's house, and the idea that, and I to be honest too, I don't know kind of how this or why this was done in relation to the other story, but we're speaking of, there's two ways. This was done intentionally, to connect the two stories, and that this was done like as in that they were, conjoined together. Some people try to say that Lord Tyr and the story of this poem is actually Loki because of the other story. And I don't think that is, that's kind of wretched to do in the sense of how differentiated the two stories are. And I think more likely what this was again, either an attempt to link the two stories together or to create some sort of congruency that one was happening before the other one happened. But this is, I hear a lot of people try to say, no, Tyr isn't Tyr. Actually, I don't hear a lot of people. I only hear certain people say this, but Tyr wasn't Tyr. It was Loki, and it was because of, this stanza here. But the poet is more likely trying to, make the congruency of those two stories, because they're speaking about Thialfi and Röskva from when Thor goes to Jotunheim, and the leg or the pole horse is the bone in the leg, and that it is lame, and so it immediately kind of jumps from there. And I wonder if this is, and I don't like to use this word a lot, but I wonder if it is kind of an interpolation or an attempt to kind of make these stories parallel. Or the other thought that I had was that the lameness of the goat in the other story is being lamented. So he goes forth, he goes back to his goats, but the leg has been broken, and is again due to what happened before or in the other story with Loki causing all of this trouble. But again, it doesn't emphasize who Egil is, and it this stanza in relation to going back to his goats is not super, super clear. And I think people try to make and jump and make those connections and try to say that the whole time Tyr is Loki. And I think that's a huge jump, especially considering how clear it is about Loki's parentage. He comes from Faurbarti and Laufi. And so that would, again, arrange a lot of different questions. So when people try to stuff things into brackets, and I'm more of the mindset that this is lamenting the damage that Loki did in the other story to his goats. Therefore, his travel is going to be hard because he's carrying such a heavy kettle. But in 39, he says, "But ye all have heard, for of them who have the tales of the gods, who better can tell what prize he won from the wilderness dweller, who both his children gave him to boot." The mighty one came to the council of the gods, and the kettle he had, that Hymir's was, so gladly their ale the gods could drink in Eir's hall at the autumn time. So this one is, I think, like 39 is a rare case in which there is, it's kind of like the exiting of the poem, the poet is saying, that you've all heard the stories, and who better is to say, but this is what came of this. And I mean, the only interesting part of 39 that strikes me as odd, other than the fact that the storyteller's kind of acknowledging himself, is the wilderness dweller, the Hronbua. I'm gonna have to look into that one, because now that I'm reading it, and it's, again, every time we go over these there's always like some new or cool thing that just hit me, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute, what is that? So The poem ends abruptly. It ends with not much said. There's the fight and the slaying. Then Lord Thor goes to his goats, and I think really the point of the purpose of that stanza is that he laments that his goat has a maimed leg because he has to carry this giant cauldron. And then the poet speaks about telling the story and then ends it with, now the cycle is complete. The gods now can brew the ale that they need in Ayer's Hall in the turning dead time. And I would say the autumn time is an interesting point as well. I think a lot of people know, or even if they don't, our ancestors really considered the new year around autumn time. And I mean the Nordic ancestors of old. But, the reasonings for that changed. And so I think what this is really talking about is at the turning of the year, that's when the gods go to Ayer's Hall. Autumn time was seen as the New Year's time because our ancestors reckoned that the sunset was the starting of the next day, because everyone was generally awake for to visibly see the sunset. And clearly now we consider the new day to be in midnight, in the middle of the night. And that's because we have, mathematical science and things have advanced. And so I think a lot of us now consider Yule much like midnight. So instead of autumn and the sunset, now midnight / Yule, which is the midnight of the year, is now the new turning of the year. It's the same with the Julian calendar, Gregorian calendar, where the Julian calendar's new year was in April timeframe, and they changed it to January. And then people who still celebrated it, that was called April's Fools or what have you. So like that kind of stuff moves around, but I think it's worth considering the significance of why autumn time and why it's seen as more of the turning of the year for our ancestors, that the gods go to Ayer's Hall and feast with them. Though it is later stated elsewhere that they do it daily. So that's another thing.
All right. Well, we have some questions lining up. And Wolf Throne mentioned he was not here last week for the Odenshoff episode, but that he watched it. I noticed that you were not there because you are one of our stalwarts on here all the time, and I'm glad you were able to watch it, and it was interesting for you. We're going to do one very similar to that next week with the fine folks at Thorshoff. So tune in to that. So first is a question that I got earlier today. I think it's interesting. Hey, Alserigo Flavel. Unlike Middle Eastern religions, Asatru does not have all or even most of its rules for moral behavior written out. If something like that were ever produced by our people, it was mostly memorized by the Gothi and never transcribed. I looked through the materials on the Runestone website to see what the basis for morality the AFA uses, and I was able to find two. In the Asatru Statement of Ethics, it says, we believe that those activities and behaviors supportive of the white family should be encouraged, while those activities and behaviors destructive of the white family are to be discouraged. That is a useful utilitarian way to rule out many behaviors as wrong to do. In the About Asatru section of the website, if you scroll down, the one belief about general morality is, we believe that morality arises from the dignity and honor of noble men and women. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I interpret this as saying that we should trust our gut instincts about morality. Otherwise, it would seem like circular reasoning to me. Is there also an element of historical precedent in our moral system? It would make sense because we worship our ancestors. What is the best way for us collectively to be on the same page about morality? if it is not laid out plainly, but instead left up to personal interpretation on most issues. So, if it is not laid out, there's some kind of feedback there.
Sorry. Yep. I took care of it.
No worries. So, I think that the nature of the question whenever I hear what the basis for this and that is, it sounds like a kind of a philosophical language. And one of the things that I think is important to factor in. I think that a lot there's a lot of meaningless chatter about right and wrong. I think there's certainly ambiguity, and there's certainly questions arise about what's the right thing to do in a given circumstance. But I think whether we admit it or not, most of us understand a lot of what is morally correct and what's not. Certainly culturally, the different races of mankind have a different, perhaps, understanding of that in certain terms. But one of the things that makes us us is a general understanding of that. We understand that in terms of nobility and honor and dignity and things that are culturally extremely important to our people. The trouble is when you list thou shalts and thou shalt nots on everything, circumstances in specific action is dictated by specific circumstance. Principles, though, are eternal. We talk a lot about principles. Everything isn't crystal clear, so you apply those principles and what is a generally understood, morally acceptable stance towards those on how you proceed in certain moral situations. The trouble with that is that looks really different depending on the time you live in and the society you live in. It presupposes in the question, it states that at the end, how do we do that if it's left up to the individual? It's not left up to the individual. It is left up to the community. And that's really important. We are very used to, because we've become completely atomized in the West today, and that's part of the soul sickness of our people. It's part of just a result of being in a wolf age, as it were, culturally. We don't share commonality with our neighbors. So when we look for our community, we can't really look for, the neighborhood you live in or points of geography. What we need to look to for community now is our faith community, our church, the Asatru Folk Assembly. And collectively, there are behaviors that are morally acceptable and that aren't. And more often than not, you get torn between when there is confusion, and legitimate confusion, not mental gymnastics or trying to make excuses for bad behavior, but when there's genuine, well, which way do we go? It's very nuanced on the circumstance. And unfortunately, sometimes decisions in life are ugly, and there's no perfect answer. There's weighing the pros and cons, and you can weigh those by principle, but it's very hard to weigh those by strict thou shalt not. And I think that that's a way of thought that's really different. And I think you run into that, and we're very used to it because that is very much a Hebrew way of thought. That's very much something present in Judaism, Christianity, Islam, things of that nature. Indigenous religion, it's much more relevant to the social context. And that's not, I realize that's not a satisfactory answer, and there's certainly some absolutely, thou shalt not horrible things. But in general, it's an issue of principle. I know it's easier if we make it something other than that, but that is situational and not timeless. Principles transcend, and you work towards them to the best of your ability, or you value them in comparing and contrasting, the outcomes of, whether you go left or whether you go right, and what the decisions you make are. So what we focus a lot more on is instilling culture and instilling reasoning abilities, and then seeking guidance from the elders and the Gothar in your community to kind of help you frame the question in ways that do appeal to principle and not just to thou shalts and thou shalt nots. Like, as a church, the AFA has some firm rules on a couple of, on some things, but we have principles that guide these other things. And your adherence to those principles or not affects your status in the community. And that's much more in keeping with the folk way of our ancestors. So that brings us to kind of an interesting question. It is very tempting for us to just make up rules and try to make reality conform to the rules we made up. But again, this is about directionality. Truth exists. It's like anything with philosophy. Philosophy is our best way to. Philosophy doesn't alter truth. It helps us understand and express truths. It helps us react to truths, but it doesn't create truths. Sometimes it recognizes truths and places emphasis on them, but it's like science. I think sometimes it's confusing when I say, like, you can't out-science truth. What I mean is, it's not reality's job to conform to science. It's the attempt of all science to better understand how reality works. Just like with religion and philosophy, it's your best attempt to steer towards morality to the best of your ability, as opposed to somehow force that reality into existence. So it really, the circumstance and the context matters. We can certainly take, the AFA has many stances on specific social issues. Those issues are going to always change depending on what the issue is in society. So we can itemize a lot of, you ask questions, we can give answers, absolutely. But what guides in all of those things is fully immersing yourself in the moral principles of Asatru and living those principles out in your life to the best of your ability. It's not about winning a debate or winning an argument. It's about the art of living the most noble existence that you can. And that's very seldom clean and very seldom perfect. But the goal is to try to use those principles to guide you through, the very imperfect situations we find ourselves in life. I hope that makes sense. It wasn't trying to muddy the waters or be a bunch of gobbledygook. It's kind of the reality that we face, though. So what do you say to the question, Svan?
I think it would be more wise to kind of give a synopsis, I think, of what you're saying, because I agree. And I think that it's worth noting that maybe perhaps from experience, when I see people say, oh, these guys think this way, but our ancestors didn't think that way, and so on and so forth. When we talk about morality, and not even bringing in the Christian question, which that's a whole nother bag, but I do want to bring up something about that later. No, our ancestors were adaptive. Like you said, our the correct way of thinking was what is good for the folk, what is good for the whole, what condemnation you can receive from the community for wrong actions. I think that there are, you said very clear ones, and we've always kind of had very clear ones. I think kinslaying is a pretty clear, condemnation and
a case in point. So your drunk uncle comes at your child in murderous rage. You got to do something.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
According to the rules, you're not supposed to, act hostily against your kin. So you've got to use judgment and reason to balance principles.
Yeah, and I it's like when people say like, oh, so that means if someone's trying to kill you and they're your family, you can't defend yourself. Like that's, again, it's I think it's, with the understanding of whether it was done in malice, if it was done with intent, if it was done with, a lot of that stuff. But it is, again, based on those things. And I think that the gods, because our faith isn't man-made, it's built that way. It's organic. You find that a lot of man-made religions have these tenets that are kind of, supposed to be unbreakable and completely, infallible and so on and so forth. Thankfully, European Christians kind of found the loophole with the crucifixion of Christ. And even though he does say in the Bible, my covenant with my father remains, they kind of don't look at that and like, oh, no, he died for our sins. So we can eat shellfish and we can sit where a woman's been menstruating before. Like there's these strange rules in the old Bible that, if you really want to go into like looking at Orthodox Jews and the stuff, the rules that they follow because of their strict interpretation of the Tanakh or the Old Testament, is just a wild read. But they found that loophole through the crucifixion. But for us, I don't think that that's the case. As we look at, the gods have kind of left it upon us to dictate closer to order or to fall into chaos, and to be a wellspring of goodness or to be a wellspring of evil. And we naturally want to incline towards the good and the order. So that's the way we go.
That's one of the big keys. One of the core principles of the nobility of our folk is the ability to have free will and make decisions, and the responsibility to take on the consequences of those actions and those decisions. There are other groups of people and other faiths that it's much more legalistic. That's the thing. You can practice Asatru correctly under a lot of different legal structures. And in different governments, in different times, facing different things, an Asatru state or an Asatru leader would make different laws based upon circumstance. But the principles should be reflected in those things. And you can apply those principles to whatever situation you're in. We have a question coming up that I think is very relevant to that. But there's a fundamental difference. If the only thing keeping you from being a terrible person is a set of laws and you don't inherently kind of know better, that speaks to moral character. And I think that in and of itself is a problem. And I don't think most people work like that. I think we have a tremendous capacity in our minds to create outlandish justifications for bad behavior. But it's much more about principle within Asatru than it is about, an archaic list of, don't put your shark out to rot in the sun on a Tuesday or whatever the case might be. And as much as we laugh at silly archaic things, at the time they were made, they may have made a lot of sense depending on the circumstance. But when you remove the context, specific laws make very little. There's kind of this may be butchering the Latin, but one of the ideas about, laws or rules is there's, mala in se and mala prohibita. There's things that are bad because they're bad. And then there's things that are bad because they're against the rules. The things that are bad because they're bad are always bad. The things that are bad because they're against the rules, in any religion that exists in a timeless way and through the ages and through the circumstances, there's a variety of rules that shift and change and alter. It's like some of the questions, and I've run into a number of these folks that their goal is to emulate Viking behavior and to try to figure out how to do it within the context of modern society. And you can't, it doesn't work. The context for those behaviors doesn't exist. But principles that mattered to those people still matter very much to us. And so the challenge is to find ways to express those and live to those within the confines of our circumstance. Good night, baby. I will. I'll come tuck you in a minute. But I hope that gets to it. I know it's a big issue and it's nebulous. Guy who asked is going to be at Sigerheim this weekend, so I hope that he and I can have a conversation about it and I can clear up anything if I wandered there or didn't get to the meat of it as much. So hopefully that can clear anything up. So here's the question. Does that really follow it directly? Awesome, it does. Case in point. Wolf Throne asks, how can our ancestors' concept of vengeance be applied in the civilized world today? So our ancestors' practice of vengeance can't, or if it does, it's done at the cost of your freedom and your life. So this presents the exact point. So what do you do instead? And you see some of this even in our ancestors' time with Weregild and the idea of coming up with a monetary or a goods financial compensation for wrongs and slights against you. In any order, and this is the exact thing we just talked about, needs to be factored in. One of my favorite books that I talk about a lot and I think is extremely important is The Culture of the Teutons. But if you don't apply it with context and with wisdom and discernment, it very quickly devolves into something that's impossible. The concept of justice, not just vengeance, but vengeance is part of the justice idea of Asatru, is the compensation to one you've wronged because you've taken something of value from them. And that's the thing. It's not I'm mad because you killed someone I love. It's you've taken something of great value to myself and my family that I can't replace. You've taken a value from me that I need to recoup in order to be whole. How am I going to fill the void? And then that void being filled. And maybe it's filled by, me taking that from you by killing a member of your family. But in a different way, we're starting from a point of something of great value was taken from me. So the idea of making it right by seeking compensation, by you replacing something of as close to equivalent value as is able, gets me closer to a sense of wholeness. Our whole understanding, pun not intended, our entire understanding of health and well-being was the idea of being whole, was the idea of living cohesively and consistently and not having pieces missing. When someone wrongs you, for another example with the same idea of the vengeance, if someone were to defame you publicly, the hit to your reputation is a tangible value. In a world where reputation meant everything, insulting you publicly damaged you. It damaged you in commerce. It damaged you in relationships. It damaged you in your ability to do things, to join war bands, to trade goods and services, to go places on your travels and have people welcome you or scorn you. It mattered tremendously. So replacing that in some way was fundamentally the idea of justice, or the idea of vengeance, the compensation of something that was lost, the rebalancing the scales. Svan, what do you have to add on that?
Well, I mean, especially when we consider the idea that vengeance is a correction of the imbalance of things. When we speak about Lord Vali, or when we speak about Lord Vidar, and their placement of correcting the wrong. Yeah, I mean, vengeance becomes, I mean, if you're talking about it in the literal sense, and what you spoke of about at the loss of your life and the loss of your freedom, is that, if people look at vengeance in such a black and white way, they take vengeance, and then because of the laws of our land and things that are in our country, you end up in jail, or you end up, in a bad situation. The real principle is to seek correction of the situation. And I know that sounds very cerebral for oftentimes a very just a highly emotional and terrible thing. Obviously, vengeance isn't just something you want to seek for no reason. There's something that brought us there. So I know to say just to try to seek what corrects it is seems very benign, but that is oftentimes within the way in which weird and the way in which things roll out is the choices that you have. Some people, they can't, get vengeance quite literally. What if the person's already locked up or something of that nature? So the idea is, of course, is again seeking some sort of that balance, or correcting things despite, or I don't know, affecting things outside of simply just that which is affecting you, is that attempt to bring alignment to each other. A lot of times too, I think preemptive thought of the way that we look at things, if we can preemptively avoid or stop or hold back people that would do something that would cause us to seek vengeance against them is one of the biggest, I think, most proactive things we've got now. But yeah, I think holding, if somebody does something so dreadful that they're never forgiven for it, that is 100% a thing in our faith. I think that if someone is so craven or so conniving, or because not always is vengeance based strictly on like a blood feud or murder for murder or what have you. No, a lot of times it can be that somebody just does something so egregious against their community, or against their friends, or against their church, or what have you. They do these things, they can never be forgiven for them, and they have to be held to the deeds that they did. And in a lot of ways, that is the vengeance against them, is that they're always spoken of. The word is always spread. This is what they did. This is, who they lied to. This is who they connived. This is who they went behind and stabbed someone's back. That duty of making sure that people know of the foul deeds that they did, and they had no atonement for them. They didn't pay any price. They didn't upfront and openly go before their peers and say, I did wrong and I want to make this right, or what have you, and take their licks. That sense still applies very, very heavily today in our culture.
I realize I framed a lot of I framed some things, but I didn't really answer the question of what you can do today in terms of vengeance. And honestly, there's oftentimes nothing you can do. Sometimes there's subtle things you can do, but getting a complete compensation the way you want is very difficult. And again, the idea was you're restoring something, and it was always beyond just yourself. The individual wasn't nearly as important as we make it out to be. It was the wealth of the family. You're taking vengeance because somebody took something from you by making a hole in your kin fence. If you were to violently collect vengeance, you'd be sacrificing the rest of your life or decades of it and taking that from your family. So it wouldn't really be avenged. You would be damaging your kin fence yet again by your act of vengeance. So it doesn't really replace it or make it whole. There are numerous legal ways in a perfect situation, doesn't always work this way, to go before a judge or magistrate or whatever, where you're at, and try to get compensation for wrongs that have happened to you. There's also social ways, like Svan mentioned, of no, we should shun people who do bad things and cut them off from the welcoming embrace of our social groups and our search and stuff. Let bad things be known. But the other thing is that I think is relevant to this is the concept of forgiveness in Asatru versus in other faiths. And I think it's just because it's our common touchstone, but like in Christianity, forgiveness, you're supposed to forgive everybody, and your sin is against their God, not against the person that you did wrong to. So it's like, whoops, my bad, I'm sorry, I won't do it again, and everything's forgiven and everything's okay. That's very, very different than our understanding. The first and foremost thing in a practical sense, fix what you broke to the best of your ability. If you want to be forgiven and make something right, sure, an expression of, hey, I'm really sorry I did that, that's fantastic. But unless it's coupled with, and I want to fix what I broke, it's hollow and relatively meaningless. Now, as noble people, sure, we can let some stuff slide if we want. Sure, we can grant you a favor of choosing to forgive something. But the core is fixing what you broke. Like, yeah, it's forgiven if you stole $20 from me. So give me $20 and then give me something on top of it because you broke my trust. Then we can talk about forgiveness, if that's something that you want to give or not. The other thing is you have no obligation whatsoever to forgive anybody anything if you don't want to. So it's much different in that sense. I think that hit the question from number of different ways. Wolf Throne also asks, do you think it is possible with enough spiritual growth to understand the gods fully? No.
Yeah, I was going to say no.
And my math people, tell me what this is. I don't know if it's a parabola. I don't know the math term, but there's the thing where a line will trend closer and closer and closer and closer to the other line without ever actually touching it. And that's kind of the thing. We always want to be more perfect in our understanding of the gods and know them better. But at the end of the day, they are gods and we are people. And it doesn't work quite like that. And if there were any asterisks to the statement, I think there's certainly an asterisk in the sense of certainly we will not have a perfect understanding of our gods in this existence in Midgard. Now, if the gods choose to elevate us to something more than we are after that, still, I don't think we'll come to a perfect understanding, but I do think our understanding will get closer to it. I think through right action through spiritual growth through the gift cycle, we will always get to a better understanding towards the gods. All right, can you say that word?
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Right.
Asymptote.
Asymptote. See, I knew it was a thing, but I didn't know the word, and now I do. So we are getting a closer understanding of mathematics. No, thank you for finding that, Nick. Good on you. Swan, what do you think about, will we ever, if we try hard enough, will we ever fully understand the gods?
No, and my reasoning comes from the soul. Our soul and our soul components are reliant upon the gods, and they are fragmentary. I think that our reckoning and understanding, because the question is, again, fully understanding, is that by our very nature we are fragments that are affected by and need components to remain via the gods. And I don't think that we, as these fragmentary pieces, will ever get to truly understand the entirety of like, what is the soul of the gods? What is, Odin's soul or Thor's soul? We don't get. That's another hierarchy level that we just don't transcend. That perhaps we could understand the very nature of our own souls, or the very nature of, say, the souls of our people, and that transcendence does, I think, elevate us. But I think there's a threshold where you just don't go into understanding the entirety of that which your very ability to understand hinges on them. That piece that you gain, the ond of your soul, is the keystone. It's the linchpin that your entire understanding is built on. So you never quite get a chance to see beyond that. And I just don't think. I mean, I don't know. I don't think that's a bad thing, if that's something worth saying. I would love to ponder the possibilities, but understanding ourselves and understanding our folk is a much loftier thing than to try to understand the entirety of the gods. If that makes any sense.
It does. Just want to check something on the questions.
I'm going
to want to throw this out there because it's relevant to the conversation going on in the comments. And I was
going to step away for 1 second.
Go ahead. I want to address the idea of might makes right. Because this is something that's frequently said, but I think it requires a certain amount of context. And it's been expressed in many different ways at different times. And sometimes it's just wrong and silly, but other times it very much it expresses a truth in the sense. And when you look into it, where the phrase comes from and kind of the ideological pinning of it, the idea that the victor gets to determine, how to frame morality and what, they get to write the history, they get to determine good or bad, they get to set the rules. Those with the power get to make the decisions. And that's just kind of a truth that exists. If you have enough force to compel people to bend to your will, then you get to be as malevolent or benevolent as you choose to be. There's truth in that in a natural sense. Our goal is not to be like untouched nature. The savagery of nature is kind of antithetical to our goal. The whole idea is that our gods shape order from the chaos around them. Now, that can be said because they have the might to take that control and do that shaping. And in that sense, absolutely. But that's the idea of winning, so that you can create the order that's right and moral and good. This appeal to barbarism as an escape from morality isn't anything that our ancestors believed in. It's not something that our folk have ever embraced or ever been seen as a positive thing. Nobility has always been seen as positive. Even if people act differently, you can tell the values that are held up and extolled are absolutely values of noble behavior, of honor, of truth, of, you know, being able to trust somebody by their word and value the reputation of them. The folks that pretend that that's not the case, it's very misguided. And we run into that with a lot of people. I think a lot of early writing on Asatru posits that in a little bit more, let's celebrate barbarism. I think there was a lot of stuff that went to that. And I see over on the side, you know, references to Nietzsche and Evola. Either one of them wouldn't win in a fight with most anybody. So I don't think that's, if that is the understanding that we need to, you know, the only thing we respect is power, and, you know, morality is just man-made and might makes right and you do whatever you want. You know, Evola spent most of his life in a wheelchair. That means I kick over his wheelchair and take his food and take his women and take his house and take whatever. That's not the way of noble people, and it's certainly not something that Evola or Nietzsche would support. And it would be ludicrous for them to do so, because they certainly didn't have the ability in their life to support that physically or to make that work in their favor in any way. So I think, so here's the thing, and this isn't aimed at guy in the chat room talking about it, because again, you can take it a lot of different ways. I'm trying to address different ways people take it. One thing that is an absolutely good thing with it is the idea that you need to go out of your way and do everything you can to win, because once you win and you have the power, then you can make stuff right. You have the agency to fix things and to protect the weak and to make the world the place that it should be. So will to power in a Nietzschean sense is a great thing if it's done by a moral and a noble person. It's a bad thing if it's done by somebody who's malevolent and indulgent in only their own vices. So it's very contextual. It really depends on what that means. But no, just reverting to state of nature barbarism is absolutely the opposite of what the Aesir and what our people have always sought to do. And it's always been looked down upon as churlish by our people. Like literally, that's kind of the juxtaposition. That's the whole principle of the Lay of Rig, is the idea of taking our people from that state of nature and evolving them to something more and something better. Svan, what are your thoughts on that?
I wonder if it would change people's concepts if it was worded, the might of my people makes right, versus might makes right. Because again, we continually talk about the morality in which we look at the inner guard, outer guard, and Asatru is very much built around the idea of those within and those without. And you know, that does set a precedent. Obviously, this rule could then apply to other people, or perhaps it couldn't. It's just that it applies only to your own people. I mean, I guess that would be a measure of rationale. But
it's funny because it doesn't always get expressed that way. And looking into it, the first, I guess, historical expression of something similar is Vae Victis, like woe to the conquered. And that's the case. The conqueror gets to be as benevolent or malevolent as they choose to those they conquer. And that's very often not a happy situation. It doesn't mean it can't always be. It's one of the things, the more you seek means in your life, power, whatever that looks like, and this is really easy to misinterpret, but the more powerful you are, the more agency you have to help people. You can use that by taking from people, by exploitation and rape and pillage and murder and whatever you want to do. You can also use that to champion the people who are mistreated. You can use that to make sure that elders are well taken care of and make sure that villains are dealt with swiftly. And you can do a lot of good things with it too, if it's just an expression of power. But it's not in and of itself an expression of morality at all. And I think that's the question that comes up. Morality absolutely exists and it is important. The nobility of our folk is to spread morality and to imbue the world that we have power over with morality, and to build, like we talked about earlier in the story, to build that oasis of order in a sea of chaos.
I wanted to say,
please.
I see a comment, and I because I had a conversation about this, and I don't mean to side rail, or maybe this is a good segue. Sure. I see a comment here. It says, whenever I see from Kevin T, whenever I see a white shirt like that with a tie, I think of the Mormons or the Jehovah's Witnesses. And I wanted to bring it. I don't think that was a slight or something. I think that was just he's remarking on it. But I had a conversation at work today. I wore this to work, and I wear a suit top, and even though it's really, really hot, I'm thankful because I used to work in labor jobs. I work in air conditioning now, so I have the ability to wear a suit and tie if I want. And one of the things that I brought up to one of my clients who was asking me why I was dressing like this is, I think that a lot of people fail to remember that this is Western dress. This is Western society, not Western cowboy, but like Western society dress. I think, when we think of, say, like a Japanese businessman is wearing a suit and tie, he is adopting a dress from a whole other group of people, us. So I really encourage people to consider these things despite the trappings. If somebody sees, thinks of a Jehovah's Witness or a Mormon, or somebody might think of a Japanese businessman, or they might think of, a yuppie from Wall Street or what have you. There's a lot of these little tropes and like ideas that we hold on to with certain things, but to consider what is an exemplification of our Western dressing, what exemplifies us as almost as a people. It culturally, expresses itself for 5 or 6 decades easily. The suit and tie was, and a hat and an outer coat and things like that. That was like nobody would leave their house like that. So I think, and I really encourage people that they should consider about when it's appropriate to dress in a Western style. It's our cultural right, and we should embody it. We shouldn't think about it as like, oh, I'm in trouble, I got to go to court, so I'm gonna I guess I got to throw on the monkey suit or what have you.
Honestly, if that reminds them of Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses, good. It reminds them of pious people that are out there doing religion. The reason that I'm wearing it is the same reason that they are. you dress your very best when you're representing your god or your gods. And that's absolutely the reason that both Swan and myself are doing that right at the moment. And good. That's one of the really nice things to experience as a Gothi is other people. Asatru is let's say new, but obviously it was the religion of our ancestors, but it's a renewed faith. And it's one that is, been evolving and growing and still in a very early stage of that. A lot of us are very used to Asatru not being taken seriously. It's one of the things that dressing with a shirt and tie and looking professional when you're doing it and being visible to take it very seriously is instills that Asatru is real when we interact with other members of the community. I've been lucky enough to have some very nice interactions with folks when I've done ministry in prisons, when I've done been in a hospital setting with people who were ill or dying. When other clergymen and women of different faiths interact with me, it's been really nice for Asatru for them to treat me as a colleague and, oh, okay, and take that very seriously. I don't know that others get to have that experience as often, but that's been a really nice thing that I think us trying to dress with dignity has done. And I'm really happy about that. There's a lot of people today that take Asatru and thus our gods much more seriously because of that. And I'm happy to see that.
Yeah, and he emphasized it wasn't like a slight or an insult.
No, of course. I take
no
offense by it. I know some people, some people have a bad attitude about it. Some people think it's awesome, and other people are just curious. It's not necessarily what they expect. So, no, that's no offense taken.
Yeah, I
see that Kevin T says he lives between California and Nevada. Where? I'm very curious. I live, over here in Reno, so you may live really close to me. Next up, I see linguistic question, mainly for Swan. See what you did there, Wolf Throne. I have to answer your question, but I'm going to let Swan take it first because you were aiming it at him. No slouch on linguistics. All right. It's believed that Tiwaz is derived from Deus. Since Zeus and Jupiter also come from Deus, is it safe to assume that they're the same deity? However, Tyr does not assume a skyfather role in our lore. Odin clearly assumes that role. He is even the father of Tyr. So my question then is, does Wodenaz also come from Deus? I believe if that's the case, then Odin would be the sky father and Tyr would probably have had a different name that is now lost to us. Can you clear this up for me?
Okay, first, linguistically, Wodenaz does not have a correlation to Deus, or Dios, or Dios. From my understanding, Wodenaz, as far as I know, goes all the way back, or is correlated more to ecstatic, inspirational, and furiousness, a state of being. But so the direct correlation there, I don't think there is one. However, I've spoken about this before, and I believe, and this comes from observation. When we look at, say, the Hindus, and we have they have Deus Pater and Deus Preta, I believe they speak of the the Heavenly Father, Heavenly Mother, and then we see this creation of the tripartite that follows, the separation of Indra from Deus Pater, is a huge event, and presuming to that, there Indra becomes the established the throne of the sky father, even though Dios Patar precedes him. And there is what I call the tripartite. And in that, you can kind of see it in every Aryan faith. So we have Indra, we have Vishnu and Agni at that time. There's been some evolutions ever since the Hindu religion has gone on. But from my observation, looking at it like that time, I would definitely kind of angle in that's the tripartite. And so that usage of the word Deus is done in the predecessor of the tripartite. None of the tripartite has the name Deus in it. Indra, Vishnu, and Agni. So that's interesting, because this is one of the times in which we see that name being utilized by a predecessor. Then we look at, say, like the Hellenistic, we look at Cronus and Gaia as the predecessor, and then they have the tripartite being Jupiter, Hades, and Poseidon or Neptunus. And they even numbered their tripartite, Jupiter carrying the single scepter or the single lightning bolt. Hades carries the bident, and Neptune carries the trident. So they numbered their tripartite. Again, we see this, and we don't know too much about this with the Gauls, the predecessors, but we do know that the tripartite of the Gauls, and at least maybe in the mainland, and again, it's very hard to pin them down. We have Teratatis, Tyrannus, and Essus. Amongst the Slavs, they don't speak too much about the predecessor, though the Latvians do. They call it the predecessor Deus. We see Svarog, Perun, and Velis as being, the tripartite. So I think that the Germanic tripartite has existed, and we can very quantifiably see it. I think that the usage of the word Deus or any variant thereof can be applied to the predecessors of the tripartite, members of the tripartite in various Aryan faiths, and even to the children of in descendancy. And I think also it kind of has been applied to certain female factors, and you see that a lot in Hindu. So from my observation, the idea is that, let's say in our faith alone, we are looking at Bor, the one who bears up, and Bestla, the one who besets. And they, in turn, are relinquishing their thrones over to the tripartite. And there we have, we see it in Tacitus. We also see it in the surviving days of the week. We see the tripartite as Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Tiwas, Wodanas, and Thursas. And generally, I've always viewed it, the center is the most important, the highest peak. So I think in the Germanic, Wodanas is clearly the top of the tripartite, thus taking the entirety of what would be like the sky father. But there are other aspects that are clearly anointed to Thor and to Tyr. And I think a lot of people forget about the runic poem in which Tyr is referred to as the North Star, the one that holds the vestige of the polarity. And so I think a lot of people don't equate that in the Anglo-Saxon, not in the Old Norse. But I do believe the tripartite, even amongst the Germans, was set that way. So is Lord Odin the pinnacle of the tripartite, thus taking the mantle of and being the sky father from Bor, the one of the first Aesir to establish heaven? Yes, 100%. But the usage of the name and the of Dios transfers, and you look at different cultures and see it. Again, some of it is applied to the gods before the gods. Some of it is applied to the gods, and some of it's applied to the descendancies. So I think that word causes a lot of confusion and problems. And when people don't look at, if they're attempting to cram all of the gods into one sky daddy and earth mommy, they're doing an impious act, because we see the tripartite is constructed in every Aryan branch, that our ancestors shared this commonality with a reason. I can speculate on that reason, but I don't know it fully. I can only look with again, humbleness towards this. I can't say the gods are this, the gods are that. What I can do is look and go, oh, well, I see Deus Pater and Deus Petra, and they're very similar to Bor and to Bestla. And then they beget this triplicate of the sky. They have the pinnacle of the tripartite, and then they have, the storm, and the static. And that's where I've spoken at great length at why the tripartite is the dynamic throne, the static throne, and the catalytic throne. And when you look at different Aryan branches, those are sometimes switched. The static throne is the highest, and the catalytic and dynamic are interplayed below, versus where I believe for us, the Teutonic Aryans, the dynamic throne is the highest throne, and that throne is Lord Odin, and the static throne is Lord Tyr, and that would also greatly explain the loss of his hand and the inability for him to losing that might, that sacrifice, and why Thor generally is the catalyst in every branch. The striker is always the one who usurps thresholds and doesn't traverse into the underworld in almost all of the branches of our brethren. So that's why I think it's a lot deeper than who is Sky Daddy, who is Earth Mommy.
The idea of gods and their functionality is, again, I think to a degree wrongly directionalized. Our understanding of Aryan god functions is a scholastic attempt to categorize and better understand the religion of our forefathers. That's not wrong, but it needs to be kept in perspective. Certainly some of that rings true. We certainly see a lot of these commonalities in different Aryan faiths, and I think that's absolutely valid to a degree. But I would challenge everybody to look at it from a different angle. Start from the gods and work down. And in understanding starting from the gods and working down, ironically, you start from the most simple understanding of humans and assume the gods are the very best of us and that we reflect them in some way. They're so very much more than us, and I don't mean any impiety in saying, in suggesting otherwise. But we believe very much, this is the point of polytheism, is that our gods are individual conscious beings. As such, Svan's go-to in linguistics is better than mine. Svan is not the Gothi of linguistics, and I'm the Gothi of, I don't know, drinking IPAs. It doesn't work that way, though it's something that I happen to do more than Svan because he's not a drinker, and Svan happens to do the other better than I do. Doesn't mean I can't learn about linguistics or Svan can't have a beer. It's a very linear thinking that denies the scope of our gods. Now, depending upon where you live and what you did, certainly if we're going to look, Odin is a more prominent god of kingship than other gods. But Lord Frey is a god of kings. The Yngling line is from him. You have, depending on where you're at, different gods of bounty. You have different gods of war. All of our gods say that. A great majority of many of our gods very clearly are warrior gods that affect battle and combat, but we see very specifically gods that are looked to for war from our people. Tyr is one, but Odin is another one. I see over on the side a suggestion otherwise. It's not really the case. So many of Odin's names, of the Heti for Odin, are Herja father, the father of the war band. So many bands of warriors are throughout Aryan religion are devoted to Odin. Really good book. The One-Eyed God talks about that a lot, and it's really, really cool and really well done. But there's a lot of bands of warriors that are specific to Odin. The tradition of the Ulfhednar and of the Berserker are thought to be Odin cultists. The idea of throwing the spear before battle to devote, the whatever's gained from the enemy host towards the Allfather is a very traditional thing. To suggest that Odin's not a war god is just not historically sound. But yes, Tyr is also a god of war. That the two aren't mutually exclusive. So I think it's strange to put that. Back to your original question, yes, linguistically, Odin and Tyr go back to very different linguistic words. Tyr goes back to the very concept of a god itself and the idea of bright sky, whereas Wodenaz goes back to the idea of the woad, the fury, the ecstasy. So Odin is in the most literal sense, a more magical, esoteric inspiration, frenzy, like overcome with divine ecstasy god, whereas Tyr is more of a, overarching pillar of divinity. Both of them go back to that linguistic root. When you try to compare them, though, to when you try to compare any of the Aesir to cognates in the Hellenic or the Roman faith, it just doesn't quite work cleanly. And it's that's probably the hardest Aryan branch to find real direct one-for-one identity between the Aesir and the Olympians. It works differently, and I think that they both come from the same root. And again, if we assume that these are the same personages, the same personalities, then how that sorts out is a little bit different. But yeah, no, they're different, and the idea that the gods never told us there is a Skyfather. We decided one day that linguistically we're going to call a certain god in each pantheon a Skyfather, and that's what we're going to go with. Don't get that mistaken. Our gods didn't do that. We did that as a way to better understand our gods. Our gods can sort that out however they want. We have many gods associated with the sky. I mean, Svan talked about the Stormfather today in reference to Asatru. In some ways, he's very much a sky god. His might is exhibited almost exclusively in the sky, in the cognates and the linguistics of the thunderer. It's lightning and thunder and the roaring of his chariot across the clouds. That doesn't make him the Skyfather. And I think that, again, I think we get very lost in a quest for a Skyfather. We're much better served building relationships with our gods through the gift cycle and seeking to understand them on their terms as opposed to on Dumazil's terms.
I did want to say one other thing too for people that are listening, like two things to consider. One, when we look at the Gylfaginning and he meets the three kings high, just as high in the third, I believe this again is another reinforcement of the tripartite. I also think that the venerable, is it Bedes?
Bede.
Bede is now or excuse me, who was the one that went to Uppsala and spoke of the
Adam of Bremen.
That was Adam of Bremen. Sorry, I get the Bedes and Bremen mixed up. Sorry. So Bremen spoke of when he saw the temple, which I actually kind of highly doubt he even physically saw it. There's a reason to believe that he was just told like this is how it works. But he speaks of there are 3 statues in the temple. Thor is at the center. The furious one is to the side, and the fruitful one is to the side. And I'm only leading to believe that Thor is in the center, and that there is Lord Odin, and there is the Holy Frey. I believe that one of the big things about the tripartite is the ability that our ancestors did not just solely affixate the gods to things that they constructed, but that felt that their relationships with the gods could change and evolve, and that Lord Odin is the leader of the Aesir. But that doesn't mean that during the harvest season, when you're praying for rain, that you can't have Thor in the center of the dais. And I don't think that takes away from it. And the other thing is you could look at other Aryan branches and always see the tripartite to me is just a cool way of saying the stratification of the heavenly, the way that it's ordered, and it's always done in 3. Sometimes it's done where one below, one in the middle, and one above, like with the Hellenics. Hades is below, Neptune is in the middle, and Deus Pater or Jupiter is above. So there's a lot of differences between us, and I think that the gods are the gods, and they are like our gods are the Slavic gods are the vice versa. It's Aryan gods are the Aryan gods, but that our cultures, our stories, and the reflections of the deeds of the gods, both cosmically and physically, reflect very differently based on our individual Aryan cultures. So the one thing that I always find that's kind of common though is the catalytic throne of the tripartite, i.e. the striker, the thunderer, is always pretty consistent. Everything else gets a little crazy, and people try really hard to jam and cram when I don't think you can. I think you have to look at the observation. So is Lord Odin the pinnacle of our tripartite? Absolutely, 100%. And I'm not deviating away from that. Tyr also does have heavenly connotations with his connection to the North Pole and the guiding star. So that kind of, I hope that detracts away from people saying Tyr's doesn't have any heavenly thing. And then, some people go so far as to say Tyr is Loki in this story and Tyr doesn't exist. And I think that's very impious and very, very dangerous to do. But I hope that helps as far as, again, looking
people
at
get so complicated. Again, I think that those questions are fine to ponder. I don't mean to diminish that. But if you don't start from the most simple understanding and relationship, all the science and science of religion stuff, a lot of that's superstition, and it's one of the things that separates religion from ooga booga superstition stuff. Is it's not about turning around in a circle 3 times, and if you get the step wrong, then the gods do bad stuff to you. It's very much about building relationships. We fundamentally, since the earliest days of our childhood, understand relationships. It's one of the things that makes us human. We relate to people in a certain way. We relate to ancestors, to heroes, to other people with a wide variety of different relationships. But you have to boil it down to the most simple, and then you build upon it in a quest to better understand who you're building a relationship with. All of the scholarship in the world doesn't make you closer to a relationship with the gods, or to, being known by them. And I think that's really important. And I think we lose sight of it the more we get into the weeds of, I don't know, Dumazillian, how you stratify Aryan religiosity. I think a lot of that's navel gazing, and it's fun to do. It's interesting, but more fundamental is go to your altar, make an offering, make a prayer, and build a relationship. None of the rest of it matters. At the end of the day, your scholasticism of what spot you put them in, or all of that is very small in the comparison of reaching out, making an offering, and being open to who reaches back to you. Go ahead.
I saw a little bit in the conversation on the side here. One thing to consider, if we look at the tripartite of the Teutonic people, utilizing Tyr, Odin, and Thor, in the relationship of war, each of them has a very distinct difference. Lord Tyr I have always associated with the sacrifice of war, the reclamation, and the nation that gains victory for the living. What do you do after the war, or what do you do after the conquest? How do you build? How do you gain after moving against your enemy? So I've always looked at Tyr in relation to the nation and war as of the people that are living. With Lord Odin, because of my observations of the Einherjar and the way that our ancestors spoke of him, I look at him in relation to war as especially the psychopomp of the soul, and how in deep relation to the individual soldier, warrior, and their relation to war. Not everyone's going to get chosen for war. You get bombed in your foxhole. Is that an immediate? No, there's a process that Lord Odin has where he becomes the choosing father. But in war, I very much associate him with the individual soul. And Lord Thor, protection and really bravery. The idea of being the unstoppable and going forth and not being fearful. Lord Thor is often referred to as the warrior god, the god of warriors, the god of carls or free men or fighting men. So all three of them have correlations to war, just different. And I think that that's a way that I would beckon a lot of the people that are watching this show to look at the gods and see them, that there is a correlation in all three, but might have different focuses.
All right. Well, next up, have either of you heard of Marcus Folan, aka the Golden One? He's a Swedish YouTuber, bodybuilder, pan-European nationalist, and vaguely pagan. Yeah, I have. I actually met Marcus when I was in Sweden for an AFA trip. We, along with some others, we had dinner at I was in Stockholm at this, it seemed like a small spot, but you went in, you go underground, it opened in this big cellar, and it was kind of a Viking themed dinner place. And that was nice. So it was nice to kind of hang out with them a little bit. And yeah, we got to eat him. Seemed like a real nice guy. I've always, I have not heard much of or about him in a long time. This was 2019 that we did that. Not sure, that's the best I've got. That's probably the last I've really heard much from or about Marcus, but it was really nice to get to meet him and enjoy a meal with him. And yeah, it's fun. Are you familiar?
Okay, well, first off, you never told me that you had dinner with him. So I was like, what? What? I never heard this. I know when you went over there.
So there was like a language. So, and this isn't a slight. He was much more shy and to himself than his, very bombastic alter ego that he's built for himself online. And I'm sure I was too. There's a little bit of a language thing, although he speaks very good English. But it wasn't just like he and I. It was the other people who were over there with me. Actually, Thorgren, who started the show, he passed away recently. He was over there with me. And some other folks. So it was it was a handful of us.
That's freaking cool. No, I only know him from the internet side of things, and I like a lot of what he posts. But I see something in him. There's either two things. Either he is attempting to keep the priority of saving the West as the highest priority, and therefore he will cater to Christian idealism and Asatru ideals. He'll do both. But if that was the case, it's kind of odd. I think the more tragic possibility is that he has a calling in his blood for one way, which is the way of his ancestors, but he's battling with a lot of the fear that Christianity places on people, in which the caveat, of course, being is that you're going to go to a bad place if you abandon the covenant of Yahweh and astray from the God of the Israelites.
It's a good thing that you brought that up, because it brought something to mind from the dinner that I had with them. This is one of the standouts that we did talk about a little bit. And I think this is why there's some of the ambiguity. And this is my impression. Please do not hold him to this or whatever. This is not the definitive what his view on the world is, but this seemed relevant to me when we were talking. Sweden has been an atheist country for a very long time. Most of us over here, I'm not sure how old Marcus is. I'm, 43 as of last week. People my age here in the United States are, often our parents were probably raised religious. If not, our grandparents were definitely raised religious. In Sweden, you're at least another generation, if not two, removed from that regular piety. Swedish Christians, and there's obviously exceptions. I'm sure there are thousands of exceptions. But as a rule, people will go to church to get married. Some others who are really pious will go to church on Christmas or Easter because it's what you do and it's kind of an event. But you don't have the same piety that you have in some other nations. It's largely a very godless nation overall. So I think that approaching the religion from a very philosophical, atheist kind of place, it's very different. I think religion is a very unfamiliar thing for him. So I think that's how he addresses it a little bit. It's more of a concept than a living thing that he experiences. I think it's something that he's sympathetic to and would like to experience. But there's a lot of people in our circles, especially younger people, that have never been particularly religious. So they understand from reading that religion is important. They do a lot of studying about religion, but they don't have a lot of participation in religion experience. So it's a more difficult transition to become piously religious for them. And it's an entirely different, I guess, starting point than a lot of us, for what it's worth.
Yeah, I see that battle in a lot of people. And I think one of the things that when I see it, I see Christians kind of drag on him because, again, he's breaking covenant with Yahweh whenever he denotes any sort of pride towards the gods of his people. And it's very sad. But what I see when I see him kind of leaning on more of the Christian side, I don't see a reason to denounce him. What I see is that I wish that Asatru had more of an availability. I wish that there was an Asatru folk assembly Hoth there. I wish there was a place that he could go, speak to Gothar, watch them as they bless his child when they come into the world, that there was a community built around it. So that's one thing I definitely noticed between that dichotomy, is whenever he brings up any sort of faith-based about the gods and his people, he gets trounced on by the Christians, because that's what they're trained to do, because they're very, very scared of the rules of Yahweh. And but on our side, I think it's more of a call. We need to have reclamation. We need to have more. We need to build more to give people like him the ability to take on the faith of his ancestors with confidence, with structure. And that's what we're doing in the AFA. I mean, it's so different to be Asatru, and I've been Asatru since the 90s, and then for suddenly there to be baby naming ceremonies in a Hoth. There's a community of people that are all interlinked, that we go out on vacations with each other, and we go on picnics with each other outside of religious events. It's so different, and people, like a lot of Asatru can't conceptualize it that way, and a lot of Christians don't want us to get that way, because that really does pose a significant threat. It's kind of like that joke that when you're doing farming, this is the revolution that people don't want you to be in. They want you to be out there, trying to burn things down, and they don't want you having a family and being pious and farming or and having traditional values or what have you. I think the revolution that we're doing, the real thing they don't want us to do is have that infrastructure. They don't want us to look respectable. They don't want us to be pious and look at the gods with seriousness, that we're not LARPing, we're not archetypes, or archetyping the gods. We're not doing any of that. And so I really wish there was more for him there. We are, again, a growing faith coming back in our people. But I'm proud when he does stuff to honor the gods and his ancestors. And when he does some of the Christian stuff, I always just remind myself, any Christian European who is speaking about the synonymousness of Christianity with Europe, there is a vast difference between a European Christian and an African Christian and an Eastern Oriental Christian. And what they're really clinging on to is the European, because the Christianity part is the one thing that, again, doesn't care about borders, doesn't care about culture, doesn't care about it's universal. So whether it's Korean Jesus or dreadlock Jesus or Viking pajama Jesus, it doesn't matter to them in the long run. And I think that's inherently one of the problems that he's battling with. So yeah, I don't know. That's cool that you got to have a meal with him. I liked a lot of his stuff, especially back when I was before I got kicked off of Facebook. So that was all right. But yeah, I haven't seen much. I did hear he had a child, and I was super, super happy for him.
Agreed. So here's an interesting question, also from the Wolf Throne. And yes, you are the only one who has asked questions tonight outside of the original question. Obviously, that over the side. But we appreciate your questions. They're good questions. Conspiratorial question. Do you think cannabis being harmless and the demonization of alcohol is left-wing propaganda? I've noticed a push for cannabis in recent years, similar to how cigarettes were pushed in commercials back in the old days. As for alcohol, could it be that alcohol is demonized because of its European tradition? We know alcohol is harmful if abused, but the demonization of it today seems very intentional. Weed good, alcohol bad is the current narrative, and that narrative is being confirmed by science. But science also confirms gender identities, so science clearly has a Marxist agenda. What do you think? So there's what Well, there's what does Matt think, and there's like AFA doesn't have a huge position on weed. Our position is don't do illegal stuff. If weed is legal where you're at, is what it is. Be in control of yourself. Don't let substances make you act in a way that's ignoble and bad. But we don't have some kind of hardline weed policy. The thing that's frustrating that you point out, I think there's a lot of, first, no, and I don't see the same weed good, alcohol bad thing where I'm at. Alcohol is very culturally ingrained where weed isn't. Weed is very ingrained in a particular kind of subculture or a number of subcultures, but it's not woven into the fabric of Western civilization the same way. The thing is, and this is with science on all the things you mentioned, we were lied to for a very long time about weed. And when you know you've been lied to about it, it's very easy to immediately rush the opposite direction. And I think that's what we see a lot with the flat earth people. We see an evolution of something to where people recognize a pattern of trusted authority lying to them over and over and over again. And so they have a complete break with trusted authority and they immediately go the opposite direction no matter what anyone says. Like, if science says this, I'm going the opposite way no matter what. And I'm very sympathetic to it. I've seen that a lot in recent years. And I don't trust a lot of quote unquote science lately, especially in terms of medical science, because of what you mentioned, also because of the positions on COVID and the vaccinations and stuff. Science has been heavily, heavily politicized, and likely has been for a long time. We talk about the marijuana situation. It's hard to have grown up when I did, when, weed is the worst thing ever, and people go out and do this crazy mayhem on it and all this, it's this gateway, it's this horrible, horrible thing, until one day the government decides it's not, and then like, no, it's just fine. It's very hard, like, were you lying to me then or are you lying to me now? And so I get all the distrust. I personally don't think it's a big deal. I don't think it's some horrible situation. I don't think it's particularly bad for you. I also don't advocate it. I have tried it numerous times in my life. I haven't gotten much out of it and have no desire to do that. I could see a lot where I've seen it. The benefits of it have been in people who have chronic pain stuff and people who have like medical things where they really need an appetite and don't have one. So in those kind of applications, as far as, either medical use or self-care for you taking care of yourself with joints or with nausea, if you have various medical things or need to put on weight or various, it's got stuff that's beneficial to it like anything else. But no, I don't think it is all leftist propaganda. There have been people who have been trying to get the legalization of it, at least here in the United States, for a very, very long time. It's just hard because I think with, like so many things, both sides are dishonest, so you never know what to do. When both sides are not telling you the truth, you're victim to all kind of craziness. And we see that all the time. And I don't fault everybody who comes up with an oddball theory, because we do that. We need patterns, and nature abhors a vacuum. And if the quote unquote authorities don't give you honest things, then you have to figure it out for yourself the best you can. And that's not always accurate, but at least you're honest about it, that, hey, I don't know what to do, so I'm looking for something. But I've run into that a lot with medical stuff. No, I don't think the weed thing is a secret leftist plot to have weed mess us all up, but you never know. And I'm not that guy. I've never been really into pot. That's not my thing. Svan, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I was going to go into looking into mind-altering drugs and religion. One of the interesting things about the Aryan people is that there has been kind of a four-pillared system of these substances. First and foremost, we've got alcohol. We have carried this with us all the way to the West. But they're finding evidence and there's already been they're not finding evidence. There's just some of that with the lesser known indica, and the smoking of marijuana I believe they found it in a Scythian burial tomb where they found a sacral brazier that had indica burned in it. And then of course we talk about the other two pillars. So there's the alcohol and the indica, and then there is the Aminata muscara, which is in the north of the steppes, where I think, the centrals where our folk come from. And in the south, literally springing from the cattle, is the psilocybic. So the way that it was premised was there's these four pillars of these substances, especially in relation to the Aryan people. The Aminata mushroom of the northern cold, the psilocybic of the southern south with the production from cattle, alcohol, and indica. And these four things seem to be utilized by our people at various degrees as nature allowed. But one of those is not dependent on the environment so much, and that's alcohol. So I think that's why it pervades in our culture more than anything, because it was transferable. It didn't rely on soil. It kind of, you could use multiple things, whether it was rye or barley or honey or whatever, in order to make it. So alcohol clearly has a higher station. I actually abstain from drinking. I don't drink, only in bloat and in sumble. So, I mean, I do that because various issues that I have with alcohol. I do not smoke weed. I don't partake in that either. But, both sides, it's like they both have their dangers and both have their issues. So like Asatru, they said, really, controlling yourself and not being ignoble. If I find myself being ignoble when I inhibit my mind overly much with a drug, I felt it duty incumbent upon me to stop that, because it would hurt my family, it would hurt my church, it would hurt everyone. So I decided, no, that's not the way I want to go. So, when they push this kind of stuff, it really comes down to us teaching our folk that, the ability to look at their actions and what they're doing. If you can drink and not bring dishonor to your folk, there's nothing really wrong with it at all. And I would say the same. I would encourage, maybe from a historical standpoint, for folk to look at indica versus sativa, because sativa is kind of like tobacco. It's a new world continental herb that are
I go to play. This is like the Viking diet stuff.
Yeah, no, I know, but
we're intoxicant imperialists as well.
Well, no. One thing that I would get to, though, is more along the lines that it seems to be that there's I do believe in like ethnobotany. I do believe that, say, like, for instance, people that are from the breadbasket of Europe, Ukraine, they do seem to be able to digest wheats with a far better efficiency than people in the far, far north who don't get a lot of bread in their diet. And so I do feel like there's like some merit to that. I'm not saying that if you're from the north, you shouldn't, eat a loaf of, like have a slice of bread or anything like that. I'm not going that far. But I do think that if we were to talk about it, I think indica may have a kind of a more regional sense. Maybe it won't. Some people speak about it affecting them terribly other way. But sativa is an interesting when you look at New World herbs and stuff like that, that's a whole nother thing. And I'm kind of dragging it into toxicant substances and religious lore. But
and it depends on what you're doing. Are you trying to get high? Are you trying to just relax and get into a little bit, better place? Are you trying to treat, something that ails you? Are you trying to, journey to the spirit world? What are you trying to do? There's probably different stuff. And I'll say this, I know they do different things nowadays. They've gotten very, very advanced with, hey, this strain does X to you. This is good for relaxation. This is good for making you giddy. This is good for partying. This is good for, reading and meditate. There is a type of marijuana for anything you want to do. As far as the AFA is concerned, follow the laws in the state or country that you live in. But as far as, other stuff's concerned, just be safe and don't let things take control of you. Be the master of inspiration and not mastered by it.
Right.
You want to stay in the driver's seat. But yeah, so on something that's kind of interesting, also by the Wolf Throne, and there's a couple other people that ask questions, so it's not just you. Before I do it, OTG Mike bought us 2 coffees. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
These are not real coffees. I was asking Nick where I could cash in and get my coffees.
I can use one right now.
Somewhere. They're not the figurative coffees, but we appreciate them. And no, seriously, all you guys' donations allow us to do what we do. Thank you guys so much for that.
Coffees is just $10. It's $5 a piece. Come on. It's just fun.
I could use one right now, though.
It is fun. All right. So what are your thoughts on Julius Evola's race of the soul concept? Do you believe in it? I'm skeptical, but we all know that one black guy who's the whitest black guy you've ever met. However, it could just be upbringing and has nothing to do with the soul. Thoughts? So, it's interesting, but it comes up against a fundamental worldview difference. In the Asatru Folk Assembly, we believe that each race of people are distinct and have their own standards, their own destiny, their own gods, their own stuff. And we don't presume to dictate that for them. We don't value members of different races by how white they are. Now, I think instinctively we recognize things that we find familiar or traits that we value amongst ourselves when we see those in different people. But fundamentally, we don't construct some hierarchy to where their goodness or badness is their relation to their similarity to us. It just doesn't work that way. That's up for them to work that out. What is interesting, and I do think is the case within Aryan people, sometimes just as we said earlier, we see in the lore a lot the idea that nobility manifests itself through beauty. That sometimes character and inherent nobility displays itself genetically and physically. I think there is something to that. I don't think it's a hard, fast rule, but I do think those kind of traits get passed on genetically and can display in increased beauty and increased level of perfection. It's very easy to take that and be a jerk if you look good and somebody else looks like crap, and you want to assume it means you've got the more aristocratic soul than them. there's a lot of other factors that come into play also. So it's dangerous to jump out there too far. But so I counter signal Evola a lot on here, and I don't mean to, because he is probably my favorite philosopher. I genuinely, some of the most just coolest learning I've done in my life was going on this quest to read everything that Julius Evola ever wrote that's been translated into English. And I've done that, and I've spent hundreds and hundreds of hours reading Evola. And if all of a sudden there was a whole bunch of new Italian or French editions that got translated into English, I would buy those today and read them. So it's no disrespect at all. But a lot of it does have to do, you have to put the context to where he was and what he thought. I say that about a lot of Asatru heroes. I don't believe the same way that Meister Guido von List or that Alexander Rudd Mills thought, because I'm in a position where I know things that they didn't. I have access to materials they didn't, and things have moved forward in a lot of ways. It doesn't devalue them at all. So with Evola, I think some of his ideas are really interesting, but he dealt very much with different kinds of Europeans. And he saw nobility in Eastern peoples, but without a great deal of interaction and familiarity. And I think at that time it was very fashionable to look towards exotic things. To my understanding, most of Evola's interaction with Eastern people was it filtered through other white people that talked to him in aristocratic circles in Europe. And so when he saw commonality, he thought it raised these people above the normal, the typical standard of that race of people. I don't think we retroactively assume an egalitarian understanding of race and culture to people to where that wasn't the case. And you see it in really ugly ways in the United States a lot when we look at our heroes in the past and we discover, they were racist. Well, by today's, it's not even millennials, what are the Gen Z now? Whatever the snowflake crybaby kids are now, their version of racist is pretty much anybody born before 1990. So when you look at what a fairly aristocratic man who was writing in the 20s, 30s, 40s in Italy wrote about these things, it's important to take that into account. But no, I don't. Race is race. I don't think there's race of the soul. I think amongst races, you can see different expressions of the soul based on their inheritance and their orlog. Svan, what do you think? Are you familiar with Evola's race of the soul theory? And do you have thoughts or feelings on that?
Yes. And I don't know. I've always thought about, I'm really focusing in on that part where he says, like the whitest black guy or whatever. So we speak much about the inheritance of metagenetics and that passing down, these things that go through the bloodlines. And I've just recently been watching, I forgot the guy's name, but he's doing these genetic tests on prominent Black Americans. And a ton of them are finding out that they're related to everything from they're like related to folk people, but some of them are like slave owners and stuff like that. And it's, like LeVar Burton, showed a kind of an ugly side of his hatred for whites when he found out that his ancestors,
he didn't like it that great granddaddy was a honky. He wasn't
no. The reading rainbow and all that diversity and stuff is all good until the mask slips, and then he was angry. But I wonder, it's like, again, I wonder if that's the metagenetics, like a lot of American Black Americans that do have like folk in their ancestral line, and then like all of a sudden, many generations down, like the metagenetics of a Gilbert show up in a Deshaun, and like, and he just doesn't fit. Or there's the black guy that's, like I can't remember what he's saying, but he's like, you need to let me in. You need to let me join my people or something like that. And he's talking about how black people like reject him because he talks white and he acts white. And then that leads towards what is it, cultural stuff, or is it genetic stuff? Kind of, I think, a combination of the two. But no, I believe that the passing down of your metagenetics and the completion of your soul really does require you to continue on, that your ancestors take into great consideration who you have children with, and why it's so important that we couple together with those considerations, because of the passing on of our metagenetics, our orlog, our Hymiskviða. There's so many components to the soul that are getting transferred along. And if that makes the soul a race, then I guess I agree in the sense that that's what the gifting of that becomes, but not.
That's really interesting, and I'm glad that you point that out. There wasn't the prevalency of mixed race people during Mussolini's time, or Evola's time. I saw a quote of his praise of Mussolini. But I mean, their contemporaries, so doing either of their time, that wasn't a common thing like it is. It was, because of the unique situation in America, it was. But in Italy, their African possessions, there wasn't that. There was Africans that were almost purely Africans that they interacted with colonially, where there were Asians that were, Indian for thousands of years, or Japanese for, tens of thousands of years, or whatever the case was. There wasn't this very wide scale doing that. You're absolutely right with metagenetics. When you have all of these different mixtures of people, different traits and different things will come out in their temperaments and natures. There is something to that. Unfortunately, the dynamic of us and not us still very much applies. Right. But one of the things that I think is a grave injustice is the idea that being well-spoken, behaving yourself, being dignified, not being thugged out makes you, no, you're white, you're not black. I think that's a gross injustice. And I feel bad for those people that's the situation that they're culturally judged by. And I think that, might be unique to African Americans. I'm not sure, but for that to be the cultural standard of, behaving with dignity makes you something other and not worthy of your people. It's a really sad situation.
And I think that's a product of how Arias, the word meaning noble, and you see that like in places where our folk intermixed with other folk, there's this I don't know, this thing, but for I say like a full-blooded African from Africa, to act nobly, to do what's right for their people, they don't have that concept that there isn't like a correlation based off of another group of people. It's simply based upon themselves, whether or not they're going to act noble or not. And then I think too, a lot of times they look at other peoples, Asians, Europeans, and whatever, and if they're doing things better, they try to grasp those. But it seems to be catered in America, where it's built on almost this reversal, like you said about science. White people do that, so I got to do this, and it's sad that has become the thing for them. And I have met some black kids and mixed kids who struggled with that from their own people, the black people in America, just kind of tearing them down and making them feel that way, and that sucks. But I mean, I guess, we all have our stuff we have to deal with, but definitely that observation there.
So, also from the Wolf Throne, are the gods immortal? Sanatana Dharma, from what I understand, believes the gods are not immortal or eternal, but they do live for billions of years. So I think some of those things are kind of unknowable. Sure, the gods are immortal, or the next best thing, as close as our understanding goes to it. There is a cycle of things, and you see, like with Balder. Well, Balder dies in the myths, but what does that mean? Because he's hanging out in Helheim, being, treated as a prince and treated well and doing things and interacts, and then he comes back to Asgard there after the flood. There's cycles of things where the consciousness and the energy that is our gods move from place to place, but one of the dynamics of energy is it doesn't get destroyed. It goes somewhere, and I think our gods' souls are advanced to the point that doesn't have that same level of destruction. Now, when we're dealing in cosmic time of billions and billions of years, I think it would be ignorant to, suppose what that indicates. But our gods are alive. Our gods are as old as our race is. Certainly, our gods will live as long as we do. That's as close to an understanding of immortality as I think makes any functional sense. Svan, what do you have to add on that?
I believe, because I've been thinking about this a lot since our last episode where we were talking about the cognizance of the soul and the idea of becoming an ancestor, and whether our cognizance travels over into the next life, if you will, and that whole subject. But I think this kind of applies here too. I believe that our gods are not immortal but are eternal. So the cognizance of the gods, I believe, can end in certain circumstances in the stories that they've laid out for us. That Lord Odin's cognizance of being Lord Odin may end the moment that he coalesces with the pure chaotic force of Ragnarok. But will he continue to be or become again something else beyond Ragnarok? I do believe, and I think they are eternal that way. Also, that's the kind of the difference between the death of Balder versus Ragnarok. There is the death of Balder where he remains his cognizance to then retain his throne. But there is a level of death that I think we can't understand amongst the gods that may remove their cognizance, but nothing in the universe gets removed. Like it gets transformed, just like Asatru said. And that's kind of what I mean by eternal versus immortal.
Yeah, and to that effect, if there is no danger to them, then there is no catalyst that makes things move forward. And there's clearly that. And we see that throughout our lore, that they are under threat. So clearly harm can come to them in some way. But I don't think that they're stuck in an age situation like they get old and die. We see them being renewed by the apples of Beidun. So I don't think they get old and die. Can they be killed or damaged or dethroned in some way? Perhaps. But I think, again, their consciousness survives that process in a way that's not guaranteed to us due to the nature of their godhood. But I think at some point that becomes so very, very far outside of our existence or our understanding. I'm sure in reality it plays out a little bit differently than either of that, in a way that we don't quite understand or have words for. Matt and Svan, are we doomed as a race at this given moment? Will European whites be bred out of existence? No, and no. No, I mean, is the thought scary? Absolutely. Are there things that, is that under threat and greatly being diminished by demographic things in the world and immigration patterns and such? Absolutely. Is there forces in the world that seek to have that happen? Certainly. But no, we're not doomed. I think we do that too much. We do that to ourselves. We see so much negativity and chaos around us, and we start looking down. We don't hold our head up, and we start losing hope. The lack of hope is killing our young men, and I won't further that, and I won't support that in any way. No, we're not doomed. We have the agency and ability to fix all of those things. And we're all doing that individually. And in the AFA, we're doing our best to do that collectively. Certainly, those things are big threats. You're right. And there's some places that that's terribly happening. The intentional breeding out of a race of people is that is a genocide by the understanding of the United Nations, and that's wrong. And we see that happening places. But no, that's not going to happen to us as a whole. No, we're not doomed to that. We need to be aware of it and do the best we can to have that not be the case. But I think when that's brought to our attention all the time, and negativity is thrown in our face on social media all day, every day, we think that problem is worse than it is. Not that it's not very significant. Of course it is. But I mean, look around you. You know white people. You see white people. You see white people. You see white kids. It's a thing. Is it, do you see less of it than you might at a different time, depending on where you live? Absolutely. But depending on where you live, you can find yourself in a very homogenous community. So, no, we're not doomed. Yes, we should be aware of it, but no, I don't think that's the destiny of our folk. And we're doing what we can to make sure that's not going to happen, and it's not the case. We're doing our best with it. I'm trying to do my part. I put my part to bed a couple of hours ago. All of us that are out there who are, have a white spouse and are making, beautiful white children, that's how we do that. And that moves it, one generation forward. Svan, do you have anything to add on that?
I would just say that the doom, or the thought of the doom, should be something that motivates you to do things in defiance of, but never be to commandeer you. If you are not making headway, that doesn't mean that the doom is winning, but you got to try everything you can to stand in defiance of it. Just like Asatru, they said, my children, they learn who they are as people. They learn how to interact with other people, but they understand who they are, who they belong to, their identity. And then we do things like recently we started doing these hour-long walks before bed, and then my wife kind of came up with this whole thing about like, oh, we got to say 3 things that we're grateful for the day. And I was like, man, this is the most wholesome, like white bread, white pill thing I've seen. But that was it. It was the defiance despite the doom or what we are told about. And if enough of us do that, if enough of us accept that and make that our go-to instead of just being beaten, no, I definitely don't think it will stick. But it really does. It requires us to kind of shake off that mantle of dread and start having those hour-long walks before bedtime with the kids and thankfulness and making them, proud that you're their parents and knowing that they're going to go into a world that's not, that is filled with that kind of doom and dread, and they can fight and stand in defiance because they saw their parents do it. So that's absolutely a big one.
Question: do you guys have a decent amount of members in Michigan? Because when I check the AFA website, I hardly ever see any moots going on in Michigan. We have 12 members in Michigan right now. You should join. We will have 13. All depends on what you mean a decent number of members or not. We just recently have a young man step up to be a folk builder in Michigan, which is awesome. I think he got referenced over in the side. Chris, last name, because I have not met him. I don't know if it's Savic or Savage, but he is folk building there, and he would be able to hook you up. I think Eric already connected you, but CSAVICH at runestone.org. And I want to just double check and make sure I didn't get that wrong for you. We do have stuff going on in Michigan for a really long time. John Rock has been organizing our guys in Michigan, and sometimes, yeah, I was right. Anyways, thank you, Nick. John will host things there and is in connection with those guys too. So he's another guy you may want to talk to. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. That's lazy of me. I can find out pretty close because I'm trying to check and make sure whether Chris is in the Upper Peninsula or not. Michigan has got a ridiculous geography. No, he is not. So we do not have a guy in the Upper Peninsula. I would suggest those guys get together with folks in Wisconsin. But yeah, Chris is around the Grand Rapids area. So yeah, we got stuff going on. We would love to have more. It all starts with people getting together and actually doing stuff. That's how we grow and that's how we do things. So, please, I'd encourage you to think about that, to reach out to Chris. And if you like what we do, if you share our beliefs, if you're a heterosexual white person and you'd like to come home to our gods and stand with us, we'd love to have you. Also, I just see kind of in the chat, I'm skipping a question. I am going to answer it here in a second. AFA Pennsylvania, question marks. Absolutely, we got AFA in Pennsylvania. Matter of fact, Phrasehoff is going to be in Pennsylvania when we get it, or perhaps in Ohio. So we're looking at, there's kind of a triangle that we're looking at. This is not a promise, but this is where we're looking. So there's a triangle between Erie, Cleveland, and Pittsburgh. That's kind of the sweet spot we're looking at. So it could be outside of that, but that's kind of where we're thinking about perhaps putting Phrasehoff. And that's going to be the next Hoff we get. And that isn't, possibly in Pennsylvania, if not right over the border. But it's either going to be Western Pennsylvania or Eastern Ohio. Yeah, and as Nick's pointing out over on the side, we have some very good friends. We actually have a new apprentice folk builder, Ryan Fenton, but we also have long-term AFA members and dear friends of ours, the Ericksons. Witan Clifford Erickson and his wife, Githia Katie Erickson, are also there. They're over in the Erie area. And then, last question of the evening. From the Wolf Throne, I like to watch Acharyaji a lot, and he always says, a person cannot truly claim to be spiritual if they drink alcohol. Do you have any counter argument to this? Yeah, that's dumb. I don't know. That's the thing. There's no great intellectual argument. No, that's counter a great, vast swath of spirituality is experienced in conjunction with or enhanced by alcohol or some other substance that helps access that. To claim otherwise is just not true in a blanket statement. That said, it would never occur to me to say you can't be a spiritual person if you don't drink alcohol. And it's equally preposterous to say that drinking alcohol, you can't be a spiritual person. That's silly and just kind of needlessly arrogant. The practice of consuming specifically alcohol has been associated with spirituality of all of our Aryan ancestors since the very earliest of times, no matter which branch of that you choose. You know, in the Hindu tradition and the Vedic tradition, they talk about drinking the soma and what that does. We don't know the exact formulation of the soma, and I think there are other psychedelic elements perhaps to it, but that's a commonality throughout all branches of our faiths, is the enhancement of a spiritual condition through consumption of alcohol. Doesn't mean you have to do it, but it's certainly a common thing. It's something that is ritually consumed, that we've seen through, you know, pretty much all of our lore. It was something remarked upon when the Romans encountered us, was the drinking rituals amongst the Germanic tribes and how essential that was to, you know, allowing them to access the spiritual. He's just very wrong and kind of ignorant to throw that out there in such an absolute way. That level of abstinence from intoxicants and from meat and other things isn't present at the core of our faith. That's a relatively, I don't know, that's kind of a Hindu specific practice, and I don't think it's shared by all of that faith or by sister branches of that development of our faith. It certainly isn't in the original version of the Vedic version of that, and it doesn't hold true to any of the descendant Aryan spirituality in Europe at all. And it's just not true. I have a lot of spirituality, and I drink regularly for just cause, and for, you know, when engaged in spiritual things. It's been an important part of ritual, and I've witnessed very spiritual people who consume alcohol either recreationally or spiritually or both. I've also seen ones that don't, but to suggest that none of us who drink are truly spiritual people because he chooses not to is kind of an absurd statement. Swan, do you have any thoughts on that?
I feel like that's a bunch of Oriental gobbledygook.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll explain why, or at least why I'm using such hard words. I think that Oriental religions, especially where they converge with Aryan religions, stray off every once in a while. And one of the cases is something like this, in which they try to separate the ego from the strata, the pluralism of the world. And I don't believe that our gods or our ancestors saw that as the goal was to separate yourself, but instead to integrate yourself and balance yourself. Where does that stop? Does somebody tell you, hey, if you eat meat, you can't be spiritual? If you have sex, you can't be spiritual. See where this starts to remove you from the balance. And I think that the fruits of the world, that the Vanir and the gods, the Aesir, the totality of the gods, the fruits of the world that we gain around us are built around us with the most important thing that we are attempting to do. And we speak about it all the time in Asatru. It's about relationships. It's about the cycle of relationships that you have with the gods, that you have with the ancestors, but this also applies to the fruits of the gods that are given to us in the world. So if you have an abusive relationship with, let's say somebody says you can't eat meat and be spiritual, so you start eating only vegetables and only fruits. And I've seen this happen to people where they slowly erode and die. They've had a bad relationship built on a preconceived notion of detaching themselves and imbalancing everything else. Same thing, other direction with alcohol. They have this imbalanced, improper relationship with alcohol, and it disconnects them from their family and their life and everything. So the real big thing I would say is, true spirituality comes with living and attempting the balance of those relationships. You learn spiritually half of the time when you are engaged in trying to understand yourself within the world, not separating from it, not cloistering yourself from it. You have to live life and find out. For me, I found out that I had a very abusive relationship with alcohol. And my determination, the most noble action for me, was to stop drinking it. And I learned so much about myself from doing that. I don't think that if someone is drinking alcohol and does not have an abusive relationship, that I am somehow better than them. I think that's a very terrible kind of haughty way to go about doing it. I'm not saying that that's his aim, but it is kind of bold to state. And because again, anybody could say it. You eat meat, you can't see God. You have sex, you can't see God. You know, you live in the northern hemisphere, you can't see God. It removes you from the strata.
He comes about it honestly, though. I mean, I know some of the schools that have informed his thought, and I don't know how closely he is involved with the Hare Krishna movement, but I know some of that inspired some of his thought, and there's that school of thought in Krishnaism, the Krishna consciousness, that no, you need to abstain from meat to truly be an advanced spiritual person. You abstain from sex and abandon your family, and you abstain from pretty much everything but like milk and sweets and stuff. And that's not healthy. None of those people look like the pillars of health. And I don't think that it helps you spiritually. And I think that not just in our tradition, around the world, lots of people are spiritual and incorporate either alcohol or other substances to enhance that spirituality. It's at the very root of human spirituality altogether. And to deny that's just kind of ridiculous. If you don't choose to do that because you feel it negatively affects your spiritual pursuit, then by all means go for it. But that's just not true. And I think that, anecdotally, I guarantee you know many spiritual people in your lives who drink from time to time for whatever reason they drink. It's just demonstrably not true. So I think that saying things like that kind of erode a certain amount of credibility. But I get it. I understand the school that comes from, and that's perhaps a required belief in that system of thought. But I also don't think it's true, and I don't think their own scriptures bear that out. That said, appreciate spending the evening with you guys. Svan, thank you for joining us. As always, I hope you'll be able to join us next week on the Thorshoff episode.
Yeah,
we'll try to get all the Thorshoff, oath leaders on to talk about Thorshoff stuff. Until then, I hope I can meet some of you guys or get to see some of you guys this weekend at Sigerblot at Sigerheim. It's going to be great. Know at least one of the folks joining us, Chris Lucat over on the side, talked about how he's starting his journey here directly because he's going by road and he's got a little ways to travel. If you're interested, you hear this, it's in Jackson County, Tennessee. Get with us. runestone.org has got plenty of contact information. Contact absolutely anybody. We can get you set up to attend. If you're a member, fantastic. You should absolutely be there. It is your home too. If you are not a member yet, why not? You should join. But if you're still thinking about it, you can absolutely come check it out. You need to just talk to one of our folk builders and get that straightened out. Appreciate you being with us tonight and sharing the evening with us. And until next time, hail the Aesir, hail the folk, hail the AFA. And remember, Victory never sleeps.
Bye, everyone.